All right, so welcome. Officially, Sally. Nice little chat there. So we're going to dive into our quote today, which is actually a song. So I thought maybe we could just play that actually to start with. And I wonder if YouTube will take it down. If I'm playing someone else's song, then they will do. So well, let's start off by reading it. Okay, so share my screen. Okay, so it's that up. There we go. Okay, need to make that a lot bigger. Okay, so there we go. I want to read the lines. This is from a song from Rodgers and Hammerstein, the famous musical duo, singer-songwriter duo, or lyricist, words and music. That's what they did. You'll Never Walk Alone, which has become famous because it was adopted by the Liverpool Football Club as their motto and anthem. So all the Liverpool fans sing this, but it's got a lovely message. So
when you walk through a storm, hold your head up high and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of a storm, there's a golden sky and the silver song of a lark. Walk on through the wind, walk on through the rain. Through your dreams be tossed and blown. Walk on, with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. You'll never walk alone. Walk on, with hope in your heart. You'll never walk alone. You'll never walk alone.
yeah, very simple words, but very powerful. It's really saying, you're not alone, no matter what happens. The adversities of life, the wind, the rain, the storm. It doesn't matter what's happening in your life. You're not alone. And this is why it resonates with people, because we've all experienced times where life gets tough, difficulties arise, and very comforting to know you're not alone. I'll never walk alone. This leads us nicely into today's lesson, really, because it's all about not being alone. You're never truly alone in this world. And we know that when we deeply connect with other people and we feel closest to God, or to the state of pure formless awareness, that is perfect love. And we can also connect directly through our own experience, which becomes then a mystic experience, as you've experienced. So there's two ways. A lot of people tend to experience it through other people. When we really feel connected and loving, then we're tapping into this loving awareness. That is God. It's coming and experiencing it in and through the relationship, the other person. No, so there's a lovely video there. I don't think I want to play it because I think if I do, I'll probably, this whole video will be taken down on YouTube because I don't think they let you. It's a copyright violation or something. But you can listen to it on your own. So that leads us nicely into today's lesson and some of what Elaine sent. So if you can read that, Sally, for us. The lesson and then the alternative.
I am sustained by the love of God. I am sustained by pure formless awareness of perfect love.
And they have a different sort of quality, don't they, when you translate it? Sustained by. This points you directly within, saying by this pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is in your own awareness, pointing you directly inward. The danger with the love of God is many people can still perceive it as something outside. You know, God sustains me, some outside force, just to which I need to pray and ask for favor, sustains me. That's not the case. Pure formless awareness of perfect love points you directly within to your own awareness.
And for me, when I say God, it sounds quite harsh. And when I say pure formless awareness, it feels softer, gentler, kinder.
Well, God is, I think it's a Saxon word. I remember doing a bit of research on it. Anglo-Saxon God, very, which I guess at the time would have worked because that was people's concept of God. God was some, it has that sort of energy of some entity outside of it. Origin of the word God. English word God comes from the Old English word, which itself is derived from the Proto-Germanic gudam. Cognate and other Germanic languages include gub, gudis, guo, God, Old Saxon, Old. So it's quite sort of to the point, isn't it? God, I guess if you're using language, it makes it simpler. You've got one word to describe this, all-powerful God. But does it really describe the what it is in truth? This deeper awareness? I don't think so. I don't think it's a particularly good pointer to that word. So to that state. So hence we change the language. Okay, well, pure formless awareness of perfect love. Yeah, it's much softer. Kind of rolls off the tongue. Just the words. There's powerful words in it. There's pure. So that's the idea that it's completely pure. It's not flawed. There's no duality to it. Formless, no form to it at all. It's just beyond form entirely, and awareness. So this is the crux of it. It's an awareness of all of that that's going on in your own awareness. It can't be outside of you if it's awareness. So it brings you back into your own mind, doesn't it? God is not then something outside of you. It can't be if it's your own awareness. Not possible. So the language points you directly to where you'll find it, which is in your own awareness and experience. And then perfect love, we added that because perfect love is such a powerful pointer for people. It's one of those words that university has recognized as the highest truth. And then we say perfect love. So it's not a flawed love. It's not a conditional love. It's a perfect love. So 5 powerful words, 6 powerful, actually. Pure formless awareness of perfect love. Make up what the awareness, point us to the awareness that is God. I think much more relevant for our time and age than some of these older words. So if you're not attached to the pointers, the symbols, then it's no problem. It's only if you get attached to symbols and say, well, that symbol is somehow the truth, that you're going to have any issue. But symbols are not. Symbols are just twice removed from reality, as Yeshua says. So we don't need to really pay too much attention to symbols. Right. So where were we? Let's go back to that. Okay, and the next slide. This is just a summary of the lesson.
Being deeply loved by another human being can nourish us in ways that money and influence can never can. Yet God's love is 1,000,000 times stronger and purer than any human love. It has power to sustain us like nothing in this world can. The idols are pills, money, protective clothing, influence, prestige, being liked, knowing the right people. And then the love of being a human being, the love of God is 1,000,000 times more.
So in the research, they did a study called the Grant Study, which I mentioned, for over 80 years. There was a group of Harvard graduates in 1944. And then they did another socioeconomic group who weren't as wealthy. And I think every year they would interview these, it was only men, for some reason. I suppose in those days that was where they were. But they did for men, and they found that universally it was love. The story, the conclusion of the 80 years of research was happiness is love. So when people had love in their lives, deep, meaningful, connected relationships, then they experience much more happiness, and nothing else really compared. Money, status, success, none of those things had the same power. So the research backs this up. But that love that they experience, an unconditional love, is really just a shadow, a pale reflection of the love of God. Just this pure formless awareness of perfect love that is within everyone. So let's have a look at the lesson, because then we'll get into the paragraph 1 where he talks about these symbols, trivial and insane symbols.
I'll just read the alternative because there isn't hardly any translation, is there?
Yeah, it's just God, really. Yeah, so it's fine.
Here is the answer to every problem that will confront you today and tomorrow and throughout time. In this world, you believe you are sustained by everything but God, or pure formless awareness of perfect love. Your faith is placed in the most trivial and insane symbols: pills, money, protective clothing, influence, prestige, being liked, knowing the right people, and an endless list of forms of nothingness that you endow with magical powers. Endow. Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it?
He's naming all these things very clearly and telling us in certain terms these are all illusion. Endless list of forms of nothingness to endow with magical powers. So it's not the things themselves that are the problem. It's the powers that we give them. It's our perception of them. That's the problem. Pills, money, protective clothing, influence, prestige, being liked, knowing the right people. So the Course is very explicit. It names these things. It doesn't leave it to our imaginations to what it is. That's why, whenever you have any question, refer to the text, refer to what it says. Because he's addressed almost everything in this Course. I remember listening to Circle of Atonement. They had that webinar where they were talking about vaccinations, and they were going on about, oh no, Yeshua we'd want you to take your vaccine and want you to wear your mask. I'm going, well, just refer to lesson 50. There it is in black and white. So they've said that, but that's in direct contradiction to what the teaching's saying, what the actual teacher is saying in the course that we study. So that's what I mean. I think you need to just stick to the course. And if people are supposedly great teachers and they got their own interpretation that contradicts what it says in plain English, then refer to the course. So, well, that's not what he's saying.
The practicing discernment, isn't it, when you listen to any teacher?
Well, is it actually what they're saying in alignment with what this teaching I'm studying is saying? Because if it's not, then refer to the teaching. Yeah, this is like the the scripture in the Bible. Martin Luther's whole thing in the Protestant Reformation was stick to the scripture. What does it actually say? So all these interpretations that the Catholic Church had made and selling indulgences, and he's going, that is not justified anywhere in scripture. It doesn't say that anywhere, which he was correct. So, refer to the teachings. Unfortunately, with the course, it's not nearly as fragmented and confusing as the Bible, because it's a very confusing document that it's been produced over thousands of years from many different writers. So there's no coherent message. If you look at some of the Old Testament and the New Testament, clearly written from very different states of consciousness. With the course, you have it from one teacher who's the Christ, who's escaped the whole illusion. So you have a very high-level, consistent message the whole way through. There's only, I've found 2 so far. Interesting to see this here if we find any more. But two contradictions where I just said, no, we've got to change that because it doesn't wash for me. But given that's 1,300 pages, it's remarkably consistent teaching all the way through. How are you, Jackie?
Hi, Johnny. So I'm a bit late. We were carrying on from yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, just had the most extraordinarily, in view of what we were texting about yesterday, I've just had the most extraordinary conversation. Probably shouldn't sound here, so it's recorded, but I'll tell you another time. Amazingly relevant conversation with a lot of helpful information, but not for
helping you with your situation.
Yeah, from a most unlikely source. Anyway, so that's what I was doing while I wasn't here earlier. But yeah, interesting. So what I just caught the end of that. So something you found to be not consistent here.
I just said there've been only a couple of instances where I've gone, no, we got to change that one in the entire course. We actually changed the meaning because I felt it was inconsistent with the rest of it, the non-dual message, which is quite remarkable given that it's so long, 1,300 pages. That level of consistency. You look at other documents like the Bible, maybe even some of the Eastern texts. I haven't studied them enough in detail to be able to comment and say, there are the inconsistencies. But this is a remarkably consistent teaching throughout, the whole book, which gives you an integrous thought system. And you hold to it and you say, okay, that what he's saying is truth throughout, and that's one consistent message. And then if someone is misinterpreting it, I was mentioning the Circle of Atonement had they had a webinar where they were talking about vaccinations and wearing
Oh, that's funny. I can't hear you. What's going on? Is there a sound thing going on here?
No, I think Jono's fading out every now and again.
All right. Okay. Maybe it's the internet. I don't know. Yeah. So he's naming very clearly what these symbols are. He doesn't leave it to our imagination. He says pills, money, protective clothing, influence, prestige, being liked, knowing the right people, and an endless list of forms of nothingness that you endow with magical powers. So he's spelling it out. He doesn't leave it to our imagination, which is what I like. There's not much room for interpretation, is there? When he's been that explicit, which means that it's a very clear teaching, and you actually have to be very dishonest to deny what he's saying, because it's so clear. There's no ambiguity in most of what he's saying.
I don't know. You're on my very subject there. I don't agree with this at all, as you know. Somebody said to me the other day, it's a privilege of the healthy to hold these beliefs, and I don't think what the Circle of Atonement did was wrong. Yes, they would have known the teachings, but when Jesus spoke to Bill Thetford about the flu vaccine, that was in the context of the state of mind he was in at the time.
But they extrapolated that to everyone. They said, oh, well, this is now advice meant for everyone. And I'm going, but that's taking it out of context.
In that panicked situation at the start of, the pandemic, whatever you want to call it, people didn't know, and people were very afraid, and people were losing people. And, I know people who've had relatives die of it. There was a lot of fear around. So in the same way,
never justified.
Many people who are enlightened or who are committed to enlightenment, there aren't many people around who have that level of mind training that they can overcome any fear. When any of us are put into very fearful situations, we realize that how far we have to go, really. And I don't know. I mean, it's like, I've got a particular situation with my son and type 1 diabetes. I was sent through a brilliant lecture actually at the weekend, but it talked about the history of and showed pictures of like a child in, I think it was September 1922, just before the first insulin shots. And, that child was a skeletal form. And 3 months later on insulin, he's alive and well. And that's exactly what I saw with my son when he went into diabetic ketoacidosis. These things are life-saving, and I can't accept that we don't have a lot to be very grateful for. I'm very, very grateful to the medical establishment for saving my son, and that's the mindset I'm coming from. So yeah, I mean, there are some things you don't need to take, and you don't need to make yourself fearful about things, but yeah, that's my view on it anyway. And I think,
well, Yeshua addresses it. He says some point, I think it's in chapter 2, that if someone is so fearful, inaccessible to the at-one-ment, then it may be useful to use a compromise approach to mind and body, where something is given healing.
To the at-one-ment, the vast majority of people are nowhere near the at-one-ment. So,
what we're doing as students is we're saying, well, we're trying to get there. So, believing just in the normal, whatever everyone else believes isn't going to cut it. He's asking us to go to a much higher level. And he's saying temporarily, you might use the magic to help them heal, and that's okay. But at some point, they need to correct their mind. If they're gonna wake up, they need to go into the at-one-ment. So
Well, the risk is that
I guess I took issue with what the Circle of Atonement did, was because it wasn't actually they misinterpreted it. You know what he was saying there. It was in section chapter 4 of chapter 2, section 4. I think maybe I'll just pull it up quickly. What they were saying was not about taking a prophylactic, some preventive measure. They were talking about an actual condition that you were then having to redress with some kind of magic, and it's a very different situation. They were going, oh well, it's justified because this is what he's saying in the section, but it's again a misinterpretation because he didn't mean it in that context. He was talking about where someone's exactly your kind of situation. He addressed it there. He said, okay, well in that situation, then a compromise approach may be wise, and so that's what you did. Taking preventive measures based on fear is another matter altogether. Healing is released from fear. I think it's this one.
I think we have to understand the culture that was in place at the time, the control mechanisms. People were being deplatformed for even mentioning, even questioning the vaccination scenario. I don't see how anybody who was being asked to give an opinion could do anything else. It was a very, very difficult time, and the information was out there.
There were many people who did. There were many people who said no, we don't agree, and whatever, deplatform me from YouTube. But these guys clearly believed it. They were totally for it. There was clearly and then they used that. They used the course to justify that belief, and I'm going, that's completely a misinterpretation of what the course is saying, in my view. To have a whole webinar on a subject like vaccination, and then not quote the direct instances where he's mentioned it in this particular lesson 50, and then again in lesson 76 he actually mentions vaccinations by name. To go, well, how can you do a whole webinar on the
with the knowledge I have now, I wouldn't vaccinate a child. Not necessary, but there are situations. There was a situation. I was in Kenya on a safari with my son, and we, put the coffee out with the guides, the African guides, under the tree to have coffee in the morning. Suddenly this swarm of bees come out of the tree, and we got away, but one of the guys got stung, and he had an immediate reaction, like anaphylactic reaction, and that guy would have died. But fortunately, of the four of us in the truck, one of the women had adrenaline, because she also happens to have an allergy to bee stings, although because somebody else always had to inject her, she didn't know how to inject. My son, because he injects himself several times a day, could do the injection. So that guy's life was saved by people having experience of medical matters. Otherwise, who knows, we'd have been stuck
and he's saying, well, sometimes the illness has a sufficiently strong hold over the mind to render a person temporarily inaccessible to the one-ment. He's giving you the out there, saying, well, in this case, it may be wise to utilize a compromised approach to mind and body, something from the outside to temporarily give an healing belief. In that instance, he's probably not accessible to that one-ment. You don't have a healer on the level of a Yeshua who could have healed him. Someone at the highest level probably could have helped, but you don't. So you use magic. And he's saying, well, that's okay, because they're not necessarily ready for it. They're prematurely exposed to a miracle and may be precipitated into panic. It's likely to occur in upside-down perceptions, induce the belief that miracles are frightening. So he's given us some leeway there. It's one of the few times in the course that there's actually a compromise. Doesn't really use the word compromise otherwise. There's some kind of compromise approach for exactly that instance, because he knows that if he says, well, there's no compromise, you might get a whole lot of people saying, okay, well, we'll refuse medical treatment, and then a whole lot of people die. And then
that is exactly what happens.
It wouldn't really go down particularly well for the spread of the course, would it? Because people
No.
would go, well, this course has killed my, whatever, because we didn't take medical advice, and then, he died. So this is a kind of a safety mechanism. He's saying it's not ultimate. This won't take you to enlightenment, but as a temporary expedient in the illusion, okay, sometimes maybe that's what you got to do. So I don't think there's any, he wouldn't have had an issue with you using magic to help your son. We've gone, yeah, okay.
No, unfortunately, we have a situation where, people do pick up on the main part, and, they take this stuff very seriously. And then, I very nearly did it. As I've told you in the past, I had no intention of taking my son to hospital, because I had this belief from all this material that's out there that, medicines are dangerous. But anyway, hospitals are dangerous. But anyway, we've covered that one before. But I do, I have my reservations about that part of the teaching. I think the compromised position is way more important and needs more emphasis.
At the highest level, these kinds of healings have happened. People like Anita Mojani. There was that story of the lady in the Miracles from Heaven movie. I don't know if you watched that, where medical science could do nothing. They said we can just manage the condition. She was getting worse, and then she falls on her head, has a near-death experience, and says, "I'm going back, but I'm only going to go back if I'm healed." And then miraculously, that's fixed. So these kinds of instances, they have happened. They don't happen that often, but they show that it is possible. Mind, what he's talking about, what he's pointing us here to, is a state of mind that is so enlightened, that is so beyond the idea of sickness and fear and the ego's thought system, that these body conditions will disappear because they just can't sustain. And remember, it's all mind. And it is possible.
Can I just say something here, that when somebody's triggered, talking about it just re-triggers. So Jackie's triggered, and then the more you talk about it, it's just triggering her. And that you have to be in quite a calm state to be able to take in the information, haven't you? So I think in these instances, it's far better just to sit with the emotions rather than go through the words of it. Do you know what I mean, Jono? It triggers, it re-triggers, and it re-triggers, doesn't it? So sometimes we just have to be with, right, I made that choice at that time, or that happened at that time, and just sit with those emotions. Because it's like it's firing off in Jackie's body in all sorts of different situations. And it triggers that reaction where you can't process the event and make sense of what the words are. Anyway, in my world, I think it's one of those things where you just have to sit with it. The words are just triggering, aren't they?
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point, Sally. Yeah, it's it's a very difficult one. Yeah. Anyway, and I do always come back to Ramana Maharshi. He was enlightened. He didn't transcend cancer, did he? But there we are.
Well, he did, because there wasn't a problem for him. He didn't need to heal his body. He was like, well, this is the way I'm gonna exit. So why would I resist that? I'm just going home. There was no attachment to the body anymore left. So I think he just let it happen, let it do its thing. Why would he resist going home if he knows that's his true state? So he remained in moksha most of the time. There was no pain or suffering. So I'd say he did, although the disease killed him, supposedly. That was the way he was going to get out of the body. So I think, Jackie, just be open to the idea that there is a higher way. There is a level where any sickness can be healed. That doesn't mean everyone's at that level.
Yeah, I'm certainly open to it. But in the meantime,
you're feeling very triggered.
and in the meantime, I'm very grateful for the access we have to life-saving medicines. I mean, insulin is a life-saving medicine, and I just don't accept. I've heard people say they don't believe in it. Well, I just don't accept that, and I think there are people in underdeveloped countries where they don't have access to this sort of medication. And I just feel very grateful.
Remember, it's all happening within the closed system. So what Yesh is pointing us to is something outside of that system entirely. That's the at-one-ment that goes beyond the body and the laws of the body and laws of medicine and all this kind of thing, which is what these lessons are about. You know, he says you call them laws. These laws, which seem to be so important and real and in this world, he's telling us they're actually in pure formless awareness. They don't exist. They just seem to be, you know, quite powerful here because we've given them so much power, so much belief. So he's pointing us beyond all of that. And there are many miraculous stories where you see that it is possible. You don't have to be bound by these laws. It does require an enlightened mind. You have to go into oneness, certainly for a time, as these people have had, you know, these experiences and have testified. You know, in that state, they were completely beyond the ego, and then those laws are transcended, and they come back, and the laws, you know, no longer apply, so the body heals. So it is possible. I think as long as you recognize that it's possible, then you're still in the at-one-ment. You know, it's not possible always for everyone all the time, which is why he's given us the caveat. He said, okay, well, in some instances, here's a compromise approach. It's not ultimately the truth, but you know, it may be pragmatic, sensible to use this compromise approach in some instances, which is exactly what you did. So the course would have no issue with what you did, and so there's no need to be defensive or triggered or anything. You did what you needed to do in that.
I don't feel defensive about it. I don't feel for a moment that it's wrong. I would consider the opposite approach to be wrong. You know,
there is always the possibility of your son healing completely from the condition if you're open to that. There is that possibility, because there's no order of difficulty in miracles, which should be something that's, you know, it's quite inspiring. It's like, well, there is a possibility. It could happen. I'm not close to that. And maybe through your journey, that might happen if you allow it. You know, you become the miracle in that situation. Yeah, which would then be a closing of the cycle.
No cost to accepting that, but there's a cost to not using the magic, as it's termed, in the meantime. So
in that situation was the right thing, because he might have died and the at-one-ment wasn't accessible at that point to him. So you followed exactly what Yeshua would have guided you to do, which
and still had to do. You know, it's a daily, you know, many times a day intervention.
Working on different levels, isn't it? That's the physical layer, and then we know that the miracles is working on the mental level. So it's like you don't want to pull the rug out from the physicality side of it until you've got the mental stuff aligned up. And it would be foolish to do so, because you just need the illusion for the time being. But in the mind, it's only just a change of mind for someone to heal, isn't it? So that's very comforting to know. But I can see the attachments you have to it, Jackie, and there's still some healing there, maybe.
To attachments to what? The medication or the
situation of it all with your son and diabetes? It's like there's still pain there. I can still feel the trauma there. It's banging up against something. So it's still painful, I would say.
Yeah, probably. Yes.
So there's some letting go to do that. To, I think, forgive yourself, really. Maybe it's just a letting go and saying, okay, well, you know, it's all. I think that maybe the thought that you could have killed him through, you know, the belief in this is the trauma, and you didn't, and it's all worked out okay. So you know, a lot of that, saying, well, I'm not guilty. I did what I felt was right at the time, and you know, then something came along. There was some intervention, you said, where someone said, we got to take him to hospital, and it's all okay. He survived, and
Yeah.
So this it was all perfect in its imperfection. And now maybe there's another approach. Maybe at some point this doesn't become true, that he does become accessible to that one-ment, and a miraculous healing could happen, and you become part of that unfolding, and that would be a miracle for you and him, and that's possible. So yeah, well, it's just just see these things have their, if you're open, then
Oh, I'm very
have
open. I mean, I've done all sorts of work around it, but obviously there's still stuff there. But that there, I think I'm very sensitive to the judgment around it. This is an essential medication. There can be no judgment about whether this is necessary or not, or whether someone's, not got their mind in the right place or anything like that. It is,
within
this commodity is, we can't survive it without it. No.
Within the construct of the ego, that's the case. If
Yeah.
you go outside of that domain, then it's not the case, because those laws don't apply universally. There is a way out of all sickness and pain and suffering and death. If things like the resurrection are possible, then clearly there's an entirely different level. That's not accessible for most people, but it is possible.
Yeah.
And
Anyway.
Yeshua was an example of that, through the resurrection. So that's where he's calling us. He's calling us to go into that state of mind, and who knows what will happen. If you're at that level, anything's possible. Look at what he did. Miraculous healings all the time, because there was I don't think he limited himself. It's like, well, anything's possible. And people also had more faith, more belief. Nowadays they go, well, no, I can't believe in that because I've got the medical model, and then they didn't have that. They just had, well, no one's really offering them any alternative. Along comes this healer, and they believed in him, and that was their belief was what gave him the power.
Yeah.
And
I've done all sorts of healing. I mean, the healer who got me better, she's tried all sorts with him, but so far we're not there.
Yeah, well, it's a work in progress. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay. Where are we? Number 0. All these things are yours. So do you want to read number 2, Jackie?
Hang on. All these things are your replacements for the love of God. All these things are your replacements for the pure formless awareness of perfect love. All these things are cherished to ensure a body identification. All these things are cherished to ensure a body identification. They are songs of praise to the ego. They are songs of praise to the belief in separation. Do not put your faith in the worthless. Do not put your faith in the worthless. It will not sustain you. Same again. Okay.
Yeah, so he's making the link there to body identification and the belief in separation. Saying these things are used. The problem with these things is they're used to perpetuate this false self, which is the source of all of our pain and suffering. So as long as you perpetuate the ego, there's no true healing. Healing doesn't happen. The mind is still split. Pain and suffering and sickness and death still happen because of the split mind. And he's trying to help us transcend that whole construct. So ultimately, it will not sustain you. Temporarily, yeah, sometimes you use a compromise approach maybe, but ultimately you want to transcend the entire level of illusion, or belief in separation, in the body, in the magic that seems to fix the body. You want to go beyond all of that, back into pure formless awareness, or the love of God, as he calls it. Okay, happy with number 2.
Yeah.
Number 3.
You're asking me to do that one as well.
Well, Sally can read that one. She wants to.
I'm back. If you want. Shall I read it?
Oh, Elaine. Okay, you're back.
Yeah,
sure.
The alternative, shall I read, or all of it?
Yeah, it's, there's only a couple of. So you read the
Alternative.
the first sentence in the original and the last
Oh.
sentence, because those are the ones that need translation.
Only the love of God will protect you in all circumstances. Only pure formless awareness of perfect love will protect you in all circumstances. Yeah, continue.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It will lift you out of every trial and raise you high above all the perceived dangers of this world into a climate of perfect peace and safety. Yeah, that's a nice one. Next one. It will transport you into a state of mind that nothing can threaten, nothing can disturb, and where nothing can intrude upon the eternal calm of the Son of God.
Need to just change that. The eternal calm of the mention of perfect love. Okay, so what's he saying there?
Well, in pure formless awareness, it can lift us out of any and every trial and raise us above the dangers of the world, bringing us perfect peace and safety, and transport our state of mind that nothing can be threatened or disturbed, and nothing can intrude on our internal calm of the extension of perfect love.
Elaine, you still there?
I'm still there. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, you
Am I-
just faded out.
Oh, do you want me to? Yeah. I
No, I
just
think
said,
we got the gist of it.
you got it, yeah.
Very simple lesson. Just saying, give all your faith to pure formless awareness of perfect love, because it's the only thing that's permanent, that's eternal. These temporary solutions that the ego has made up, which he names in the first paragraph, will not sustain you. They won't, because they don't really heal the mind. You see, they might work on a physical level. Okay, so having money buys you food and clothing, shelter, and these kinds of things, which are on the physical level useful, but they won't. Body will die. Only the pure formless awareness of perfect love can reach to the eternal and help you escape from the entire dream of this world. Beyond all threat, beyond all of the dangers of this world, into perfect peace and safety. State of mind, and nothing can threaten, nothing can disturb, where nothing can intrude on the eternal calm of the Son of God. So he's pointing us to the enlightened state of mind, which you asked about earlier. It's interesting you're reading this.
Mm.
How will it feel? Well, this is your, it's your own experience of it.
I do like this
No one can
paragraph.
really tell you. You do the work yourself and then discover.
Yeah.
It becomes your own adventure into this higher consciousness, higher awareness, shall we say, from consciousness to higher awareness.
Yeah.
That's your hero's journey, and that's enormously inspiring. I find it. Well, it's my own experience. No one's telling me. These principles, this teaching, these practices, mind training is a guide. It's a guide for you to help you to access your own experience of this truth, and to live it out in your own life.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so number 4, and then we'll go into the meditation on it. Would you like to read number 4, Sally?
Can I do it in the alternative, and I'll say whatever the original is.
Okay.
Do not put your faith in illusions. They will fail you. Put all your faith in God, or pure formless awareness of perfect love within you, eternal, changeless, and forever unfailing. This is the answer to whatever confronts you today. Through God, or pure formless awareness of perfect love within you, you can resolve all seeming difficulties without effort and in, what was the original? Sure confidence or certain confidence. Tell yourself this often today. It is a declaration of release from, what was the original? False beliefs? Idols. Release from idols or false beliefs. It is your acknowledgement of the truth about yourself.
Truth, capital. Okay, so any thoughts on that?
Well, not directly to that, but during the conversation you were having a few minutes ago about with Jackie, is like I was noticing that I was noticing the pain and the hurt that was in the energy as you were talking, and I realized that it was for me just to sit with it as you were talking, to not push it away and go, well, that's just an illusion, you know, that's not really true, you know, it's all love. But I was just sitting with the pain of it, and I didn't feel what the false beliefs were, but for me, I think it was just there was something that I learned through that. Can't really put it into words, I don't think, but it was like there was certainly a part of me that wanted to stop Jackie's pain, and another part of me going, I wanted to move away from the pain and the hurt and heal it, or help Jackie heal it, or help in some way. But yeah, it's the changelessness of the illusion and returning to the changelessness. I was pondering there for a moment about, although it's an illusion, and though it's changing, and though there are thoughts and beliefs, they can be quite painful, can't they, when you're attached and in it. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just saying I got a lot out of that conversation in the end, and I felt I was able to sit with the pain and feel better for it.
Observe it maybe from a state.
kind of allow myself to feel it. You know, no, it's not mine, and no, it's not Jackie's, and no, it's just
pure awareness. From that awareness, feeling it itself.
Yeah. I think I've had habits of moving away from those sort of painful conversations and just wanting to fix them and make them better. You know, I'm really honest, and today that's enlightened me to the point where it's okay to feel it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's essential, in fact. You must feel the pain to be able to let it go.
Yeah.
You go through it. So you don't get stuck in it, but you feel it temporarily, the full depth of it. So you're not metaphysically ghosting over it. You go into it, you see it, experience it again, and then you let it go. And then there's a much deeper level of letting go there, because you've been into it.
And it's nothing to do with the rights or wrongs, is it? It's nothing to do with the physical reality. It's just the sensations that get stuck in our bodies sometimes, and our aversion to feeling it. But yeah, that was very interesting.
It's all about letting go of the negative thoughts and emotions, your own negativity. That's what the healing of the mind is. So, whatever happens on the physical level, it's actually irrelevant. So the healing of the mind is what it's about. So we talked about Ramana died of cancer, but his mind was not bothered about it at all. He remained in a state of moksha. So it was irrelevant to him. He didn't consider the body important.
Yeah.
And probably even with healing, he was quite happy to just let it go and transcend. So I'll just go back into the incorporeal state. My body's done its thing, and I'm ready to be released. So he didn't make it into a problem, a story, because there was no self. He didn't see himself as a human. So
I think
there was no suffering. He had cancer, but he didn't suffer.
Yeah, as separate human beings, we resist ill health because it's that fear of dying, isn't it? Yeah. So if you're in the oneness, there isn't that fear of dying, is there?
As the disciples, Master, we're very sad. It's like, have you learned nothing all these years? I'm not a body. I never was a body. I'm not really going anywhere. Myself is myself, with or without a body. I will remain. But in human beings, we attach to human form. We think that the human form is reality. This human person in our lives who we can see, feel, touch, and converse with is real.
I wonder why it's essential to feel it. It seems to unlock it, doesn't it? It's like when we get traumatized, we get frozen, and those emotions get frozen. We can't feel them. So to be able to unfreeze that trauma, wherever, we have to feel it. I wonder why that is. Why we have to feel it before we let it go.
Well, why do you think?
Don't know. Remind me.
You probably know the answer. Well, it's called repression. We repress and we suppress.
So these
things. So we don't really want to see them. We hide away what we don't want to see. And so it's lurking in the depths of our mind, but the ego doesn't want to see that, because it's aware that pain is frightening and scary to it. And it also knows that if you go into the pain, you have the chance to let it go. If you really go into it and experience it again, you have the chance to release it. Say, okay, then I'm able to release this. Whereas if you deny it, you lock it away, it's repressed, it remains in your energy as a subconscious program. It's actually profoundly affecting everything. So the ego, remember, doesn't like the light of awareness to be shone on it. As soon as the light of higher awareness comes in, so you experience it, but you experience it in a very conscious, aware way.
All right, so it goes back to ego stops us.
You have the chance to let that anymore, and you can release it. So that's why it doesn't want you to bring it up. It says, oh no, that's too painful. Just squash it down there and forget it. And it's okay. We'll just forget about it. But you can't really forget about these things. The trauma's deep-seated, and that trauma is going to affect every thought, every word, every action.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'd forgotten
that you take. So you have to have the courage to bring it up into the light of awareness. Okay, now I'm going to let it go. Having experienced it, almost re-experienced the trauma, so now the opportunity, instead of repressing it and suppressing it like I did before, now I get a second chance. I can now actually choose to let it go.
So it's got to go through the layers, like the instrument of peace. It's got to go through the layers to be released. There's only one way out.
Yeah, you've got to go through that emotional layer. If you don't want to look at it, then the emotional layer remains in your subconscious. as a block to your higher awareness. So you've got to go through the layers, which is why it's painful. Seemingly, this healing journey can be seemingly painful because you've got to confront that emotional layer. Go, okay, I'll go and I'll feel those emotions again, and it feels painful and scary, whatever. But in the doing of that, you're getting through that layer, you're peeling away that layer of the onion and going beyond it into the thought. Then you can access, okay, well, what are the thoughts behind that emotion? And what are the belief? What's the belief behind that emotion? Because you've got clear enough. You've freed yourself from the interbulation of the emotion. So you're clear enough to see that clearly. And that's very healing.
And it's a lot less painful to go there and release it than it is to keep feeling it for a long, long time, isn't it? To keep suppressing it over decades. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. So get it over with. It's just like take the pain. It may be more intense, but it's the numbing kind of chronic pain that some people experience, chronic mental and emotional pain. That will have a very deleterious effect on their life. So usually they'll be on medication, they might be severely depressed, and that's all because of this repressed pain and trauma that they haven't been able to deal with. And of course, the medical establishment don't encourage them to do that. Sadly, most of the time, they'll just say, "Well, we'll just use the drugs." They go to a psychiatrist. They may do some cognitive therapy or something, but this radical forgiveness, they certainly wouldn't be taught. And the primary approach is still drug-based. So, there's a distinction, I think, also between mental illness. Ultimately, everything is mental illness at the highest level. But we have conditions like, say, diabetes or something. And then you have conditions like depression and stress-related illnesses that are very connected to the mind state, very directly related to the person's mental state. And medicine doesn't do a very good job of those at all because their approach is flawed, is wrong. It's based on managing of drugs rather than genuinely healing the mind of whatever the problem is and letting it go. So they don't really understand radical forgiveness. Don't understand it at all, in fact. So they don't understand it at all because it's coming from a thought system that is completely the opposite of the thought system that has led to the development of allopathic medicine. The scientific materialist paradigms based on the ego, the seeming reality of the body, the illusion, the separate self. And this comes from another paradigm. So of course they're not going to understand it. Okay, so any other thoughts, comments, questions on the first 4 paragraphs from anyone? Okay, so shall we do a meditation then?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so just making yourself comfortable. Your favorite meditation posture, sitting with your feet shoulder width apart, back straight, cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes. Take a nice deep breath in. Breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Clenching the sphincter muscle, locking the energy in. Drawing the energy up the spine into the crown of your head. Pausing at the top of the inhale. Now just sink inwards. Sink deep into your mind, into your awareness. Say today's idea, I am sustained by the love of God, or sustained by pure formless awareness of perfect love. Breathe in this peace, this love, this joy. Allow it in, so don't resist anything. Allow the peace inevitably comes with this awareness of truth to flow over you like a blanket of protection and surety. Do not let any idle and foolish thoughts enter your mind, enter to disturb the holy, pure awareness. Such is the state of pure, formless awareness. So sinking inwards, exhale, have a sense of blowing out any negativity, any resistance. Just going, gone. Pull the stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, and be still. Sinking inward, deeper and deeper into the state of pure formless awareness, which is the kingdom of heaven. State of perfect rest, perfect peace. So just breathe, watch your breath. Breathing in and out through your nose, let the breath just take you deeper into the truth, experience of this truth, state of pure formless awareness. Perfect love. Nothing else to do, nowhere else to go, nothing else to think or say. Sinking deeper and deeper with each breath. This lovely, peaceful, calm, relaxed state. Repeat today's idea again. I am sustained by the love of God, or the pure formless awareness of perfect love. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, just surrender into this deep state of awareness, the state of pure formless awareness. That is perfect love, that is you. So if anything seems to disturb your peace, any negative thoughts, fear, maybe irritation, anger, attack thoughts, jealousy, whatever else may come up, just notice it, breathe into it. And be willing to let them go with the help of today's lesson. They're not real, they're just like cloud patterns. So breathe in to these cloud patterns, just allowing them to dissipate. Blowing them away with the breeze of your breath. And the nothingness they really are. Clouds just dissipating. From the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. So just rest here once you've blown the clouds away. Say the idea one more time. I am sustained by the love of God with the pure formless awareness of perfect love that is within me. experiencing it now. And just sink inwards to the depth, allow yourself to really go deep in this meditation, sink down and inward beyond the mind. Frantic riotous thoughts. And experience the kingdom of heaven, state of pure formless awareness. Okay, so just gently coming back from this deep state to an awareness of the body and the breath and the senses and the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale. Okay, and just be aware. Thoughts, emotions. Body sensations going on. Particularly anything that feels limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. And remind yourself that I'm sustained by the love of God, or the pure formless awareness of perfect love in this and every situation that ever confronts you. And use that idea to help you let them go. The help of your breath. Exhale, blow it all out. Letting it all go to the nothingness that it really is. Going, gone. Pull the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. You just noticing the weight of your body, resting down into the chair, your feet touching the ground. Noticing what you're feeling and touching. Your hands, maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth. Smell in your nose. Noticing what you're hearing. Just from a state of pure awareness. Try not to name or judge or label any of these things. Just be willing to let them all go. And remain in the pure formless awareness. Perfect love that is the antidote for the rest of the session and the afternoon. So it is said and so it is done. On the count of 3, open your eyes and just look around, noticing various objects in the room, particularly anything that feels negative or anything that's triggering you. And just observe it. There's no need to name it, judge it, label it, interpret it at all. Just aware of it. Without any of that, notice how clear and peaceful your state of mind is. And this clarity of perception is an enlightened state. This is the truth of who you are. This is how you can live your life. So set the intention to stay there for the rest of the afternoon and evening. And to help you do that, you can practice today's lesson frequently, ideally every hour, by listening to the recording. I've sent you the short recording, or following instructions I've given you in the Telegram message and email message. Today to do it in under a minute, and that should keep you topped up and in this lovely, calming, safe, protected energy that this lesson is speaking of, sustained by the love of God. So that brings us to the end of the meditation. And this part of the session, first part of the session. So we're going to go now into the second part, which is our text reading for today. So see John's arrived. Hi, John. So
Hello. Hi, everybody.
welcome.
Hi, John.
So this particular section is section 7 of chapter 7. Sorry, section 8, chapter 7. Section 7 is today. It's called the unbelievable belief. So let's dive into it, shall we? Share my screen with you. Okay, so this is section 8, chapter 7, the unbelievable belief. So do you want to kick it off, John?
Yep. We have said that without projection, there can be no anger. But it is also true that without extension, there can be no love. Alternatively, we have said that without projection, there can be no anger. But it is also true that without extension, there can be no love. Interesting that he's using the word extension in the original text.
Yeah. Well, he uses extend and project alternately, doesn't he? Projection is of the ego, belief in separation. Extension is coming from the spirit. So the mind will project or extend one or the other. You have to choose which one you're going to use.
And when it says without extension, there can be no love, that means that unless we are extending, love does not happen. Does it? Or
Well, without extension, there can be no love. So what does extension actually mean? It means a connection, an extension in your mind to another. Extension is not necessary in pure formless awareness in level 1, let's say.
yeah, you're right.
But it's necessary in level 2 because we feel separated. And so when we extend our minds to another, then we are loving. We're saying, I'm recognizing in you what is in me. That's the extension.
Yeah.
I see you as I am. Unconditional love. Without that, there can be no love. Because we just remain in our separated state.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, that's good. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Jono. Yeah. Number 2, these reflect a fundamental law of the mind, and therefore one that always operates.
Yeah, that's the same. So you have to read it again.
Yeah. It is the law by which you create and were created.
Okay, so that's let's change create to
Extend.
and we're extended.
And were.
And are maybe. I think instead of were saying are.
Yeah.
So we, the same applies. The love is the extension of this beingness into our minds. This is the love of God that sustains us, that gives us our fundamental awareness, our true, pure, formless awareness of perfect love, which is the very basis of the very essence of our life.
Yeah.
Is extended from the source.
Yeah. Okay. Number 4. It is the law that unifies the kingdom and keeps it in the mind of God. It is the law that unifies the state of pure formless awareness and keeps it in the mind of pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah, it's the mind of God. So just change that. I think that's better. Keeps it in pure formless awareness of perfect love. Because awareness is mind.
Number 5, to the ego, the law is perceived as a means of getting rid of something it does not want. To the belief in separation, the law is perceived as a means of getting rid of something it does not want. Okay. Number 6, to the Holy Spirit, it is the fundamental law of sharing, by which you give what you value in order to keep it in your mind. To the remembrance of perfect love, it is the fundamental law of sharing by which you give what you value in order to keep it in your mind.
Yeah. So we give what we value, and the more you give it, the more you know that it's true.
Yeah.
So that keeps it intact in your mind, reinforces it rather than diminishing it.
To the Holy Spirit, it is the law of extension. To the remembrance of perfect love, it is the law of extension. To the ego, it is the law of deprivation. To the belief in separation, it is the law of deprivation. It therefore produces abundance or scarcity, depending on how you choose to apply it.
That's going to be the same.
Yeah. Number 10, this choice is up to you, but it is not up to you to decide whether or not you will utilize the law. This choice is up to you, but it is not up to you to decide whether or not you will utilize the law. I'm struggling with that one a bit because, I mean, we have the choice, don't we? Or does it mean
No,
that...
but he's saying you must utilize the law. So he clarifies in the next sentence.
Okay.
You read that.
Okay. Every mind must project or extend because that is how it lives, and every mind is life. Every mind must project or extend because that is how it lives, and every mind is life.
You understand what he's saying in that last one?
No. Every mind must project or extend.
Okay. So What he means is that we're going to be either projecting or extending,
Yeah,
depending on which choice of identity and related thought system we use. Either project or extend. That is how the mind lives.
yeah,
So it's a fundamental law of mind that the mind will project or extend. You can't not do that. That's what he's saying in this previous sentence.
yeah.
Whether
Oh,
or not you
so-
will utilize the law,
So,
you will
so-
project or extend because that's the nature of the mind.
yeah, so the mind will be doing one or the other,
Yeah,
and therefore,
and that's not a choice. Whether it's not up to you to decide whether or not you will
Yeah.
utilize the law, just by the very nature of the mind and thought. The moment you're thinking according to any thought system, you are projecting or extending.
Yeah.
Because that is going so-called outward. It's not outward in space, but it's going in outward to the whole mind. It's part of the thought of the whole mind. So you're going to be either projecting your idea of separation through your mind, or you're going to be extending the truth of oneness with your thoughts. It's one or the other. That is how it lives, and every mind is life.
Yeah, okay.
So
Every mind.
that is how it lives. So our life is in our mind, in our awareness. Fundamental life is this pure formless awareness of perfect love. And that awareness, if you extend that awareness in your thoughts, then that awareness flows into everything that you think and say and do. Your life becomes inspired. And if you deny that awareness, then you must project the belief in separation. And that belief will again get projected out, seemingly out of the mind. You've literally gone out of your mind. That's what the body is. And that's going to be projected out into the dream world, and it will create situations and circumstances that are like itself, that are based on that belief. So this is the restatement, really. The projection or extension is a restatement in course terms of the law of attraction. Do you see that? You will project or extend. In other words, your mind will have an effect. Your thoughts will have an effect, whether you like it or not, just by the nature of mind, by thinking those thoughts and believing them, that it has an effect.
Yeah.
That effect will either be projection of the idea of separation or extension of the truth of oneness, depending on which idea you believe in.
And what does he mean by "and every mind is life"?
What do you think?
Well, I'm thinking that it means every mind is alive.
Well, it is life. Maybe we need to put in capital there. Every mind is.
Okay, yeah. Is life, yes.
Yeah. So if we translate it, it doesn't really work too well to say awareness, but if you just did it in for teaching purposes, so every awareness, those every seemingly separated awareness must project or extend because that is how it lives, and every awareness is life, because life is the same as pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah.
These are synonymous, just another name for the same thing. So our life is this awareness. Our life exists in this awareness. It's given by this awareness. It is this awareness. So he's saying every mind, every awareness is life. We could do the translation. Mind is just sort of a more commonly accepted, but how about we say every seemingly separate awareness.
Yeah, yeah,
Must project or extend, because that is how it lives.
yeah.
So that awareness only has life through the projection or extension. We call it outwards, but in mind. It's not in physical location. It's in mind, because our thoughts have an impact on the whole mind.
Yeah.
Whether we like it or not.
Yeah.
That is how it lives. Why? Because we are part of oneness. We're part of one mind, and we live because we are part of this whole awareness. We're not separated. We are actually one with the entire awareness, the whole awareness, pure formless awareness. That is how our minds live. And every mind is life. So this awareness, let's make it every awareness. Every awareness is the essence of life. Your awareness is the essence of your life. Your pure, we call it pure formless awareness, the highest level, is the essence of your life. You only have life because you have that awareness. Okay, so can you summarize that?
So I was saying that we can either choose to project or to extend. It is our choice. And when we project, we are furthering the separate self. When we extend, we are extending the kingdom, the state of perfect formless awareness. And the extent to extend is the natural function, is a fundamental law of sharing as given by the Holy Spirit, or as enabled by the Holy Spirit, compared to the ego, which lives by the law of deprivation and scarcity. So it's down to us. We either go one way with projection or the other way with extension, because we are, as life, we are doing either one or the other. There isn't a neutral place.
Yeah. So the mind cannot not have effects outward. The extension is your mind. Essential projection saying your mind will have effect on seemingly others in this world, seeming others and the whole mind. That's inevitable. So you may as well use that law constructively rather than destructively. Okay, so let's just personalize this. And without projection, there can be no anger. True, without extension, there can be no love. Like that's short term. So without projection, there can be no anger.
But without extension, there can be no love.
Yeah.
These principles, statements, yeah, reflect the fundamental law of the mind, therefore always upright. It is the law by which I extend and am extended.
Hmm.
It is the law that unifies the state of pure formless awareness and keeps it in pure formless awareness of perfect love.
My belief in separation.
To my belief in separation, the law is perceived as a means of getting rid of something it does not want. The remembrance of perfect love, it is the fundamental law of sharing, by which I give what I value in order to keep it in my mind. To the remembrance of perfect love, it is the law of extension. To the belief in separation, it is the law of deprivation. It therefore produces abundance or scarcity, depending on how I choose to apply it.
I wonder if we can change this. The law is perceived as me getting rid. So, how about I say, when I
Okay.
when I believe in separation, instead of the law is perceived, I will perceive.
Mm.
Make it active tense. I will.
Or just I perceive. Oh no, hang on. When I believe in separation, I will perceive the law.
Say, if I believe in separation.
Yeah.
I believe in separation, I will perceive the law as a means of getting rid of something
I do not want.
I do not want.
The remembrance of perfect love, it is the fundamental law of sharing by which I give what I value.
I listen to remembrance of perfect love. Give what I value in order to keep it in my is fundamental law of sharing.
To the remembrance of perfect love, it is the law of extension.
You know, so, From my remembrance of perfect love knows it is the law of extension. From my belief in separation is the law of deprivation. Therefore produces abundance or scarcity depending on how I choose to apply it.
This choice is up to me, but it is not up to me to decide whether or not I will use it. I will utilize the law. Every seeming separate awareness must project or extend because that is how it lives. And every awareness is life.
Yeah, okay. So if you read it from the top, make sure you're happy with the personalization.
Yes, without projection there can be no anger, but without extension there can be no love. These statements reflect the fundamental law of the mind, and therefore one that always operates. It is the law by which I extend and am extended. It is the law that unifies the state of pure formless awareness and keeps it in pure formless awareness of perfect love. If I believe in separation, I will perceive the law as a means of getting rid of something I do not want. If I listen to the remembrance of perfect love, I give what I value in order to keep it in my awareness, which is the fundamental law of sharing. Therefore, my remembrance of perfect love knows it is the law of extension. To my belief in separation, it is the law of deprivation. It therefore produces abundance or scarcity, depending on how I choose to apply it. This choice is up to me, but it is not up to me to decide whether or not I will utilize the law. Every seeming separate awareness must project or extend, because that is how it lives, and every awareness is life.
Okay, so happy with that?
Yep.
All right, so I'll read it. Slowly. So just listen to John's words, take a nice deep breath in, close your eyes, connect with your breath, set it in a nice slow rhythm, and listen to these words. Let them penetrate into a deeper part of your mind. And repeat the words after him in the gaps that he leaves, ideally aloud, so make sure you're muted. All right, so take it away, John.
Without projection, there can be no anger. But without extension, there can be no love. These statements reflect the fundamental law of the mind, and therefore one that always operates. It is the law by which I extend and am extended. It is the law that unifies the state of pure formless awareness and keeps it in pure formless awareness of perfect love. If I believe in separation, I will perceive the law as a means of getting rid of something I do not want. If I listen to the remembrance of perfect love, I give what I value in order to keep it in my awareness. Which is the fundamental law of sharing. Therefore, my remembrance of perfect love knows it is the law of extension. To my belief in separation, it is the law of deprivation. It therefore produces abundance or scarcity, depending on how I choose to apply it. This choice is up to me, but it is not up to me to decide whether or not I will utilize the law. Every seemingly separate awareness must project or extend, because that is how it lives. And every awareness is life.
So it is. Okay, all right. So number 2. Who would like to read that? Jackie or Elaine?
Yeah, I can read it.
Okay.
Yeah. In the alternative or both?
There's not too much to do, so but I think, yeah, I'll read it in both, just so we've got both of those recorded for people. Ego's use of projection, and then
The ego's
the
use of
alternative.
the ego's use of projection must be fully understood before the inevitable association between projection and anger can be finally undone. And the alternative, I need that to go up just a little. There we go. The belief in separation's use projection must be fully understood before the inevitable association between projection and anger can be finally undone. Yeah.
Okay, so we must we must understand the association between projection and anger, and how this use of projection, how the ego uses projection.
And the ego always tries to preserve conflict, and the belief in separation always tries to preserve conflict. Yeah. It is
Because
very...
conflict is a stock in trade. So without conflict, there would only be unity. There would only be love.
So it needs its conflict, yeah. It is very ingenious in devising ways that seem to diminish conflict because it does not want you to find conflict so intolerable that you will insist on giving it up.
It's going to be the same.
And it is very ingenious in devising ways that seem to diminish conflict because it does not want you to find conflict so intolerable that you will insist on giving it up.
Okay? So it's trying to ameliorate, make the conflict seem to be better, more acceptable, rather than just giving it up entirely. Insist on giving it up. Should we make, what do you think, giving it up or letting it go?
Either or, letting
That's
go.
more powerful.
Insist on letting it go.
Letting it go.
Yeah, letting it go sounds better.
Well, I like that.
Okay. So instead of letting go of all conflict, which means we have to let go of our separate self, it seeks to preserve conflict, but somehow minimize the effects of it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's okay. You can handle a bit of conflict. That's normal. It's life. Have conflict everyone has some conflict in their life.
Yeah.
Whereas the Spirit says, no, all conflict, it's part of the idea of separation, and it must go. Ultimately, there is no conflict in heaven. Okay, so the ego or the belief in separation.
Well, the belief in separation therefore tries to persuade you that it can free you of conflict, lest you give the belief in separation up and free yourself.
So lest you maybe encase you, rather than lest you. It's a bit more
modern language, yeah. In case you give the belief in separation up and free yourself.
Also let go.
Yeah.
Let go of the belief in separation.
And free yourself. You take the up out?
Entirely, and free yourself.
Yeah. That's it. Separation entirely and free yourself.
So it doesn't want you to totally free yourself. It wants you to maintain the belief in separation and conflict, but just try and diminish the conflict. Try and manage the conflict. So there's various approaches that happen in business and life. So we want to conflict management. We want to manage the conflict rather than eliminate it. Because in the ego's mindset, it says, well, you can never eliminate conflict. Conflict's just a normal part of life in this world. So you can't eliminate conflict, but you can manage it. Quite what that means, we're not sure. Because it's like all devices of the ego, it doesn't really make sense.
No.
So you're going to manage your insanity.
Yeah.
And yes, you're saying these kinds of approaches will never work. You can't manage insanity. You let it go entirely, or you don't. So those are the choices. Let it go, or stay in an insane mindset and experience its effects. To one or the other. Okay, so using its own warped laws.
Yeah.
Warped version of the laws.
Yeah, using its own warped version of the laws of God, the ego utilizes the power of the mind only to defeat the mind's real purpose. Using its own warped version of the laws of pure formless awareness, perfect love, the belief in separation utilizes the power of the mind only to defeat the mind's real purpose.
I think we could just make it users. I'm not sure why you used utilize users.
That's more. Yeah. Yeah.
It uses the power of the mind only to defeat the mind's real purpose, which is insane. But then it is insane.
Just wanting to keep itself alive, yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does.
So it's twisted, these warped versions. Warped, I think distorted might be better.
Mhm.
Or should we keep warped? I don't know. Which is more powerful? What
Um,
do you think?
I think it's distorted. I mean, they're both similar, but distorted is probably
Clearer.
better. Yeah,
Distorted
yeah. Version. Perfect love.
version of the laws of perfect love. So these laws are twisted. They've been twisted by the ego into something that they're not.
Mm.
So that we use the power of our minds only to defeat our mind's only real purpose, which is to be one with its source.
Yeah. Yeah, that's straightforward.
I quite like warped because we talk about warped mind. It's an expression, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
And you can
Yeah.
distort something without completely changing it, but what should I say?
Warped is more powerful. Okay, we'll keep warped.
Yeah.
Sort of, yeah, deranged, warped.
Mm.
Okay, number 6.
Yeah. It projects conflict from your mind to other minds in an attempt to persuade you that you have gotten rid of the problem. Just the projection again, isn't it? All projection, yeah, getting rid of.
Yeah, so what we do is the split is in our minds. The conflict's actually internal between our higher self and our separate self.
Mm.
But that conflict is now projected out onto others. So now we see the conflict outside of ourselves. We go, well, I'm in conflict because I'm disagreeing with this person. They're doing stuff I don't like. You know, we're in disagreement about whatever. So we project the conflict out. We say, no, the cause of my upset and these emotions the ego specializes in is outside of my mind.
Mm-hmm.
To persuade us that we've actually gotten rid of the problem. Oh, the problem's outside. The problem's in the external circumstance, in the person, rather than in the mind. Because if you acknowledge that the problem is in your own mind, then you will try and correct it in your own mind. So of course the ego doesn't want. It wants to maintain the separation in your mind. So it's got to project out and say, well, the problem lies outside of your mind. Which is literally why we went out of our minds. Invented the body and the external world. So that this could all be projected outside of us, seen as outside, and then this would maintain the belief in separation in our minds. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so what is he saying here?
Well, the separate self of projection must be fully understood. Between
so just try and summarize it, right? Don't read it. Okay? Just try and what is he saying in summary, like overall. The key message of the section.
Well, it's this projection thing, isn't it, from our separate selves. We find all sorts of ingenious ways to keep or manage our conflict. And your mind and other minds attempt to keep you there to get rid of the problem. Sorry, I know that's a bit vague. You're better at doing it.
Yeah, but it's important you summarize it so that you understand. That's part of the learning. So it projects the conflict from your mind to other minds to persuade you you've gotten rid of the problem. But actually the conflict is in your mind, between your separate self, your ego, and your higher self. So it's not outside of you.
Yeah,
It's within you.
That's perfect. Yeah.
That's really the strategy. And so if it's outside of you, if it's perceived as outside of you, you will try and resolve the conflict outside of you, which is where you perceive it, and you will never succeed because it's within you. And you'll never actually get to the root of the conflict, which is your own split mind, which is, of course, what the ego wants, because then it maintains its belief and thought system in your mind. There is no healing, and it continues to exist as some kind of entity which you're hosting in your mind.
Yeah, perfect.
So very cunning. If it projects out and it says, we'll create an external world and now perceive everything as outside of me, then how can I ever heal? I'll never find the answer. I'll never find the real problem because I'm not looking in the right place.
Yeah, but we're
I'm
so
looking
addicted, aren't we?
outside where it's not.
Yeah. We're so addicted.
Outside of me where the answer is not, and ignoring where, the inner world where the answer is.
Mm-hmm.
So look again at integral model. If we see the world is outside of us, the exterior world, we focus on that as the ego dictates, then we've really denied that we even have a mind. We're denying that the problem lies in the interior. The extreme of this paradigm, scientific materialist paradigm, there is no mind. Mind and consciousness are seen as a product of the brain. So then by denying that the mind even exists, how can you ever go and change your mind if it doesn't even exist? If you think you're a body and everything's just a product of the body.
Yeah.
Well, you can never change your mind, which is exactly what the ego wants. Because if you don't even have a mind, then how can you change it? And then it's safe in its belief system of separation. You see what the ego's done. Very cunning, as he says, ingenious to maintain itself. But if you just shine the light of truth, as he's doing here, you see the deception. To believe that you're a body, to believe in the external world is false. It's all deception. Okay, so happy with paragraph 2. Any comments or questions on that one?
No, explained very well.
Good. So let's personalize this.
My belief in separation use of projection must be fully understood before my inevitable association, is that right? Before my...
Yeah.
Inevitable association between projection and anger can be finally undone. My belief in separation
Ended up here as well.
My belief in separation always tries to preserve conflict. It is very ingenious in devising ways that seem to diminish where's it gone? Oh, diminish conflict, because it does not want me to find conflict so intolerable that I will insist on, insist on letting it go. My belief in separation therefore tries to persuade me that it can free me of conflict in case I let it go. Let go. Yeah, let go of the belief, of my belief in separation entirely and free myself. Using its own warped version of the laws of perfect love, my belief in separation uses the power of my mind only to defeat the mind's real purpose, my mind's real purpose. It projects conflict from my mind to other minds in an attempt to persuade me that I have gotten rid of my problem.
Gotten rid. There's a better way of saying that. You've gotten rid. That you have rid.
Rid myself of.
Yeah. You've rid yourself. Doesn't really use got very much. So I'm not sure why I used it in this context.
It's American.
You have gotten rid. You've rid yourself of the problem. Attempt to persuade me that I have
rid myself of my problem, or the problem.
rid myself.
Of my problem.
No, I think that problem. The problem.
Problem, yeah.
Be better there, use. Okay. So I'll read that from the top.
Yeah. My belief in separation's use of projection must be fully understood before my inevitable association between projection and anger can finally be undone. My belief in separation always tries to preserve conflict. It is very ingenious in devising ways that seem to diminish conflict because it does not want me to find conflict so intolerable that I will insist on letting it go. My belief in separation, therefore, tries to persuade me that it can free me of conflict in case I let go of my belief in separation entirely and free myself. Using its own warped version of the laws of perfect love, my belief in separation uses the power of my mind and only to defeat my mind's real purpose. It projects conflict from my mind to other minds in an attempt to persuade me that I have rid myself of the problem.
Okay, happy with that? I think that all makes sense.
Yes.
Okay, so you want to read it. This was the right one. read it in the alternative. So just there we go. That's the one. So just make yourself comfortable. Close your eyes. Take a nice deep breath in. Invite the Holy Spirit in with the breath. Allow these words come into your mind. Repeat them after Elaine to affirm their truth and the gaps she leaves. So take it away, Elaine.
My belief in separation's use of projection must be fully understood before my inevitable association between projection and anger can finally be undone. My belief in separation always tries to preserve conflict. It is very ingenious in devising ways that seem to diminish conflict because it does not want me to find conflict so intolerable that I will insist on letting it go. My belief in separation therefore tries to persuade me that it can free me of conflict in case I let go of my belief in separation entirely and free myself. Using its own warped version of the laws of perfect love, my belief in separation uses the power of my mind only to defeat my mind's real purpose. It projects conflict from my mind to other minds in an attempt to persuade me that I have rid myself of the problem. And so it is.
All right. Okay. Moving swiftly on to number 3 then. Let's just make sure we've got correct version there. Okay, so Jackie, would you like to read number 3 for us?
Yeah, I can do that. Bigger. It's amazing reading. I mean, that last paragraph, it's, if you were to write a description of how a narcissistic psychopathic character manipulates, you couldn't do it better than that, really. I mean, you know, it's
Really?
part of it, how they control the mind. And that's why people don't get away from those situations, because of this very, very subtle control mechanism that's not really obvious until the whole thing blows up. But yeah, it's amazing.
Projects conflict from my mind to other minds.
Yeah, but all the bit about, you know, persuading you that the conflict isn't really conflict, and, you know, like there'll be something will happen that is completely unacceptable, and then it persuades your mind that, well, no, it's all fine, really, and, you know, it's
okay.
Nothing really happened and all that sort of stuff. Anyway.
So it keeps the separation and the conflict going without saying, okay, you know, end this insanity. It's enough.
Yeah. It's quite extraordinary. Anyway, there we are. So, number 3. There are
I
two
think
major
you
errors.
probably read it in the alternative. There isn't really
Yeah,
much
that's
to
no.
translate
Okay,
here.
let's do that.
Yeah.
There are two major errors involved in this attempt. First, strictly speaking, conflict cannot be projected because it cannot be shared. Interesting. Any attempt to keep part of it and get rid of another part does not really mean anything. Remember that a conflicted teacher is a poor teacher and a poor learner. It's a bit like the unhealed healer, isn't it? His lessons are confused and their transfer value is limited by his confusion. The second error is the idea that you can get rid of something you do not want by giving it away. Giving it up is how you keep it. The belief.
Giving it is how you keep it.
Sorry?
Giving it, not giving it up. Giving it.
Oh, sorry. Giving it is how you keep it. Oh, okay. The belief that by seeing it outside you, but the belief that by seeing it outside, you have excluded it from within, these some commas, is a complete distortion of the power of extension.
Okay, so change seeing to perceiving, would be useful. Belief that by perceiving it outside, comma.
Yeah, you have excluded it from within, comma, is a complete distortion of the power of extension. That is why those who project are vigilant for their own safety. They are afraid that their projections will return and hurt them.
So how about instead of vigilant for, we say worried about?
Yeah, yeah.
It's more practical.
Yeah, or concerned about. They're afraid that their projections will return and hurt them. Believing they have blotted their projections from their own minds, they also believe their projections are trying to creep back in. Since the projections have not left their minds, they are forced to engage in constant activity in order not to recognize this. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. So, what's he saying here in summary, paragraph 3?
I can't see the shop. So you can't hang on to any form of conflict. You can't project it out, make the other person guilty, I suppose, and hang on to your grievance and still see conflict, still see what you perceive as wrong. If you're seeing in that way and not from your true self, your remembrance of perfect love, then you're basically an unhealed healer. You're not teaching well and you're not learning well. You can't teach from that mindset because the value of your teaching is limited by your own confused experience. You can't get rid of, projecting doesn't in fact get rid of what you don't want. You're reinforcing it. So what you see in somebody else, you're reinforcing in yourself. So if you see them as nuts, you are still believing you're insane. in projecting your own insane beliefs outwards, believing that you've got rid of it, you're not seeing what you've actually done, i.e. extended, well, the power of extension. You're not seeing what you've actually done accurately. A complete distortion of the power of extension. That's interesting, isn't it? Rather than the power of projection. This is yes. I mean, you could, in fact, instead of projecting in this way, be extending your true self, but you've distorted that by using projection. And on some level, you know that in projecting and blaming, it's going to come back to you, and that's why you feel unsafe. So that brings to mind that course lesson in my defenselessness, my safety lies. Yes, it's the attack and counterattack pattern, isn't it, in the projection? So projecting is a way of getting rid of subconscious guilt or the guilt. And in believing that this has happened, the person doing the projection believes that those projections are coming back to them, unearthing that guilt. Yeah, and it's a form of delusion, isn't it? Those projections, those beliefs in guilt and attack, they haven't really left their mind, so they're engaged in a constant activity and distraction rather than healing what's there, so that they don't recognize this. And the distraction often involves more guilt and attack. So it's quite long-winded, but I think that's the gist of
conflict is a great distractive device. Keeps you the outside, trying to resolve the apparent conflict external to you, without recognizing that it's actually in your own mind. Conflict lies between your true self and the false separate self. So that's the source of all conflict. So it's ingenious. We project it out. We don't want to see it as within us. Therefore, we try and solve the problem outside of ourselves. And as long as we keep projecting, we will never solve it because it's within our own minds. So the projection keeps us out of our minds and maintains the separation. So we literally, when we projected the whole universe out, we went out of our minds. That mechanism of projection was born in the moment of the Big Bang. That's what invented, brought into so-called being the whole universe, the projection mechanism. And we're still playing that game. Well, we literally are out of our minds because we're in bodies and we think that, that there is an external world, and we're out of our minds by thinking we're in a body and thinking there's an external world. But that's so entrenched in our experience that we don't even question. Most people go, well, that's just normal. It's normal to be out of your mind and in the body. That's the human condition. But Yeshua's saying, no, it's not normal at all. Because the truth is that you are only mind, and therefore this mechanism of projection is insane. It's part of the insane belief of the ego and separation. It keeps the belief going. In fact, it's probably the primary defense mechanism of the ego, this projection mechanism, because it keeps us projecting out of our minds, keep believing then that there is actually something outside of our minds, that there is an external world, and that we are a body living in that external world. So it's the primary defense mechanism of the ego. And he's saying, well, you must question it. And instead of project, start extending love. So the extension means you have to go within, find the love within you, and then extend it out. You can't extend if you don't do that. You have to find the love within you to extend. So it reverses the process. Instead of denying what's in us and trying to project it out, we have to go within, find that love, and then extend it by our thoughts and our words and our actions to others. So there's a natural healing there, because I have to have found the love within me in order to extend it.
And yeah, and extend it to our own insane projections.
Yeah, to heal them, to say, you know, this is not true. When we deny those projections, we are saying that the thought system that spawned them is not true, which is why forgiveness works. Say, this isn't real. The effect is not real. Therefore, the cause must not be real. So the cause, which is the belief in separation in my own mind, is not real if I deny its effects. And so this is the whole mechanism of correction that he's given us. Deny the effects, and you will ultimately deny the cause. Deny the reality of the effects. What you're saying is that the cause is not real either. So it allows you to backtrack from the effects, come out of that projection, bring it back into the mind, and see that the entire thing is false. So there is no genuine cause for projection. So it's all just an illusion. It's false.
So it's all
but
just
as long as you keep
belief.
projecting, as long as you keep projecting, you don't know that, because you seemingly now see the real effects of the projection outside of you, and that keeps you in the illusion that the belief that sponsored the projections is real. So forgiveness, or letting go, is deny the projection, and then that ultimately denies the belief that created that projection. And that's what we're doing by forgiveness. So you extend love to your projections when you forgive them, when you let them go. You say, no, this is not true. Actually, the only thing that is true is pure formless awareness of perfect love, which has no form. There is no form to them. So all of the, whatever's in form is illusion. And when I have that awareness, then I'm extending that awareness. I'm extending that love. So forgiveness, by default, restores our mind to the state of extension rather than projecting when we do it properly. Quite deep, this section. Very, very profound stuff.
Yeah, it's very, very good. But we're denying the behavior, not the person, not the person's true self. Or are we just denying the whole thing?
Well, you deny this separated mind. So what created that behavior was a split mind, was the separate self. So if you deny the effects of that separate self, then you're denying the cause, which is the separate self that they believe in, and you must believe in if you believe that their effects are real. See, so that's how it works. So you must deny cause effect in order to deny cause. And he's saying, well, start with the effects. That's how you get back to the cause. Start by looking on these effects and seeing them differently, which is why, the first lessons of the course all about, well, see it differently. Choose above all else. I want to see this differently above all else. Because that now changes the mind on the front of you. You're saying, I want to change the cause. I don't want anymore to see the separate self, to be a separate self, and to see its effects. And if you keep doing that, you must eventually deny the separate self entirely in your mind. There's no more belief in a separate self then. And then you're free. Then there's only pure formless awareness of perfect love. It remains. So it's psychologically, this is a brilliant strategy. He's worked it out. He's gone, okay, so once you understand this mechanism of projection and perception that the ego's invented, you can now come up with a remedy, which is radical forgiveness, because that's going to reverse the whole process, take you back into the mind, get you to realize that separate self
that you believe in and are continuously projecting is not true. Collapse the idea at its source, and then it's gone. And the projections no longer happen because there's nothing to project them.
Mm.
And then all that's left is the true mind, pure formless awareness of perfect love, which only extends. So then what's left is extension. Then that's the extension of that awareness outwards. And that's love, that's loving awareness, that's loving kindness extended out.
Mm.
Which is the hallmark of all enlightened beings, is that they do that. They extend love. Because there's no more separate self to project anger and fear and hatred and so on. They've deconstructed that through their forgiveness practice.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's psychologically brilliant, this course. And Yeshua's understanding of the mind is unparalleled. I haven't seen anywhere else. Modern psychology, people like Freud and Jung and so on, they were brilliant, but they weren't this brilliant. They didn't understand this to this level of what Yeshua understood, and he's now teaching us. So this is actually a master class, a master course in psychology, as well as the awakening of the mind, because Yeshua understands that you must understand these. We must understand these ideas in order to awaken. There's no other way.
People do awaken, don't they, when they've never even seen any. Some people just have like a spontaneous awakening. Although I suppose on some level, maybe they've done the work in another lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, one doesn't know, but take Ramana as an example. I mean, he was 16, I think, and he just, he got it. He had one intense experience of the fear of death, and it was over in a few minutes, and that was it. But you got to go, come on, there must be many lifetimes of work.
Yeah, and Jesus likewise. I mean, the Gospels record how enlightened he was as a child, effectively, young man.
So he's come in with a lot of that knowledge already, and his final lifetime, he's just got to learn a couple more things. Crucifixion was his major forgiveness lesson in that lifetime, and that was enough. So that that's what we call advanced souls. They've had many lifetimes, they've had many experiences, and they've started to figure it out. Like, okay, this is how it works. They've started to figure out this mechanism of projection, perception, and this is actually how the dream works. And once you understand how it works, it's actually quite simple to have an antidote to it, a remedy, isn't it? Once you understand the mechanism. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, well, that's logical. If I keep projecting my false self out and I keep getting these effects, that if I deny the effects, that would track it back into the mind, and I would start denying the cause. Because if there's no effect, then how can there be a cause? And so that's the way I get back to the cause in my mind and undo it. And Yeshua worked this out. I think he was the first person to really work this out and understand the true nature of the mind. And so then he gives a teaching, this radical forgiveness teaching, to say, well, this is the way you're going to undo it, because I've understood how it works. Now I understand how to undo it. So brilliant, really. I mean, he's a man way ahead of his time. You think 2,000 years ago, to understand this, way before modern psychology or any of these kinds of disciplines were invented, somehow he got to this awareness. A lot of people think he went to the East and he studied there. Maybe he did. Maybe it was a product of many lifetimes, and the Holy Spirit guided it.
Yeah, that's reasonable that he did go to the East, and if the Holy Spirit, we assume the Holy Spirit was guiding him, and that's the likely thing that the Holy Spirit would have guided him to do. But I think he also, I can't even remember the story now, but who was it he went to see in the temple when he was young? I think he was about 12, wasn't he?
Well, he was teaching the teachers of the law, the Pharisees and the Sadducees, in the temple.
He showed an advanced knowledge, didn't he, of spirituality at that stage? I can't quite remember it, but it seems that yeah, I mean, he came in with knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, so as an advanced soul, and then, you know, maybe he had to go to the East to perfect it, to get some, you know, some other ideas, because he came back, you know, from that age to the age of about.
No, I've lost you.
27. There's not really much recorded in the biography. He grew up into a strong, healthy man, and he was wise and he was handsome, and then off he goes into his ministry. So that whole period of his life, 13 years, isn't really mentioned. So what did he do? Was he just, you know, growing up as a teen, and then he learned his trade as a carpenter? Maybe. Or did he go, okay, well, you know, I feel a call. There were caravans to the East. It was quite a long, arduous journey, but you could do it. So maybe he caught one of the caravans and went, okay, I'm going to go on this adventure. And his mother would have known that he was something special. So she would have gone, okay, well, you know, if that's what you feel you're going to do, then, you know, go with my blessing. It wouldn't happen in today's world. Imagine sending your 13-year-old off on a perilous journey to the East. But yeah, so quite possibly, we don't know. In the end, it doesn't matter, because that was just, you know, his journey of how he awoke in his lifetime. We've all got our journeys. In the end, you know, what matters is the knowledge that he had, which he transmitted. And now he's transmitted it fully. He said, okay, a lot of it didn't come through. I mean, this kind of teaching did not make it into the Bible anyway, did it? Projection, perception.
No, absolutely. And
didn't make it. So he's got to teach us then and say, okay, well, here's what I actually taught.
And quite likely the missing years of his life didn't make it into the Bible either. You know, it was all very much edited, wasn't it, by the Roman emperors, Council of Nicaea and all that stuff. I think was key, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, they chose the Gospels. You know, the synoptic Gospels were chosen, and things that didn't fit were excluded, and because it was a thought system that they were now going to propagate as the new religion that would control the Roman Empire. It was fragmenting. This was their. So as soon as you ally religion and state interests, the interests of a corrupt, decaying empire, well, what happens? Truth goes out the window. There's no more truth left. It becomes the world of illusion, and any truth that was there is buried quite deep in those scriptures.
I think,
and of course, remember, people couldn't read, so now it was up to the priests to interpret for them. And as soon as people could read for themselves, because the printing press was invented in the 16th century, that all changed, didn't it? You could no longer maintain that level of control. And that's when the Reformation and the Renaissance came. Because people could read it for themselves, and they could say, well, I can read the scripture, and it's not saying what you've been telling me. It's saying something different.
Yeah. But it still goes on. But I would personally feel Sunday opening hours didn't do much for the church either. Once people go shopping on a Sunday, all sorts of changes. But I think there's fundamentally, in my experience of Christianity, there's a lot of strange stuff that gets taught. But in the churches I've experienced, people are basically, they mean well, and they're loving, and they do things in their communities, and I've seen it as a force for good. It's not perfect doctrine by any stretch of the imagination, but the key principle of love is there. And I know you've had a few experiences that don't support that, and there's always individuals who don't, well, they're there for the social reasons or whatever. But
I think if people can get over, if they can get over that heavy guilt sin message, and they can see beyond that, and there are people and there are pastors who do that. You can go to churches where there's quite a strong message, love.
Yeah.
Truth. Not that I've been to many, because I haven't really frequented churches, but from what I understand, that it all depends on perception, doesn't it? You can focus on the sin and the guilt and the error, or you can see the love. That's up to the individuals to make the choice, because they're all there in the Bible. They will, both options. The ego is very much in the Bible if you want to see it. You can interpret it that.
Absolutely. Especially the Old Testament.
Or you choose the Spirit. And some pastors and priests and so on are more enlightened, and they will see the love, and they will see the truth, and then they'll teach it. And there's others who will focus on the negative. I was listening yesterday. But shocking, really. The guy was it was a commentary on The Chosen. It was by two fathers, Catholic fathers, and the one guy was calling Matthew, who's the tax collector. He called him a creep. He was like, "Oh, he's really creepy," and then he said, "Oh, creep." I was like, "That's so condemnatory." You know what I mean? You're judging him. You're doing exactly what Yeshua would say don't do, because Yeshua didn't see him as a creep. Yeshua invited him to come in as one of his disciples because he saw the true essence of him that wanted to come out. He saw beyond the tax collector illusion. And this guy couldn't see beyond that. He was just like, "Oh, creep." He said it a couple of times. I was like, but there you see, he's still in the sin guilt mindset, and he's seeing the guy incorrectly. He's not perceiving him as Yeshua perceived him. Yeshua didn't see him as a creep. He saw him as the Son of God and someone who could be truly useful to his purpose. He needed someone to manage the money, basically. So he said, "Okay, well, you come in and, I've got a much better purpose, use for your talents. You can use all of that financial acumen to help us in our cause." So there just depends on what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I don't know Catholicism, but from what I hear, friends who've been involved in it, that does focus on the sin and guilt more.
Yeah. Whereas the Protestant ones, they made a break from that, and they came maybe more into alignment with what the scriptures originally were. Martin Luther understood that by grace, not by works, it's by grace that we are saved. Only. So you go, that's an enlightened perspective. It's only by the grace of God, or Jesus Christ, as he put it, because he couldn't quite go directly. So he used Jesus as an intermediary for to help his belief, but understanding that you can't really do anything to save yourself. Doing works and acts isn't really going to cut it. You actually have to go into the beingness of the grace of God and accept that. That's what's going to work. And then your words and your actions will come from that. That can be inspired by that. But you can't do stuff to save yourself. It's an internal shift and awareness. So that was quite a major awakening that he had. And then he started teaching that, and then people accepted that and said, "Yeah, this is much better than the Catholic doctrine of sin and guilt, and that we have to now buy our way into heaven or something. We can buy indulgences to get ourselves into heaven." This was ridiculous idea, and that split the church, because there was another perspective on it, and that arguably that kicked off the whole Renaissance, and the industrial age came out of that, and here we are 500 years later in a much more enlightened society, much freer, much more open, because of those kinds of ideas coming in and being accepted. So we're very grateful for people who came before us, who did this work, that allow us to study this, debate it, stream it live, and no one's going to kill us. No one's going to tell us we can't do this. We're very fortunate. That wasn't always the case.
No, absolutely. Well, my family history is going back all those 500 years or so is Huguenot. So that was a classic case of Protestants running.
Yeah, so they were persecuted and they had to run for their lives, literally. So we're very fortunate. We don't, people go, well, I don't believe in it, and you can get abuse on the internet or whatever, but that's nothing compared to, well, we're actually going to kill you for your beliefs. That's just extraordinary that happens so often in history. Well, we don't like what you believe, so let's just kill you. I mean, it's just a bizarre belief.
Yeah,
it's just
absolutely.
a crazy belief system, isn't it?
Well, the strange, it's funny how, these coincidences happen. But so my dad found out, he did the family tree research, found out all about the Huguenot connection. But by the time I'd done that, I had, with my ex, we'd bought a house in France. We'd bought it in the most Protestant part of France with no knowledge of the Huguenot history. So that felt like a coincidence. And then in the family history, we found out that the Huguenots who had, from the family who fled France, had landed in Somerset and been given refuge on the Duke of Somerset's land, which is where my family returned to, believing they were, born and bred Londoners, and then found out that actually the family history went back 400 years to Somerset. So all these parallels, it was just amazing how it all came together.
Well, then you start to realize that, this is not your first lifetime.
Yeah.
Very, very, very possibly you were one of those ancestors and you lived it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Yes.
Who knows? I mean, you don't dwell on it, but that's quite possible.
Quite possible.
And then it feels like a bit like deja vu. Like I'm kind of remembering. I'm remembering what I once knew in a previous life, because I experienced it.
Yeah.
And then why did you go back to that area of France? Was that where your ancestors were from?
Yeah.
You just gravitate. Something calls you back there. It's like the dream is, it's a multi-dimensional dream. And there is no time effectively. So it's all bound up.
Yes.
And these things happen for a reason.
Yeah. Yeah, that's amazing, really.
Yeah.
And here we are again. Well, breaking away from traditional Christianity with this, but in some ways taking the true parts of it, because some of it is consistent with the Bible and there's biblical quotations in there, and putting a new, more helpful perspective on it.
Yeah. And the translations that we do, it's like, okay, well, what happens repeatedly is things get too stultified. They get too formalized and people start going, okay, well, now the course, it's like, okay, well, it's the course, and it's like, and then it becomes like another Bible. We can't, it's not a living document. It's like, well, that was how it was given, so we have to stick to it. And that's always dangerous because the mind becomes too rigid and formalized and focused on the form, not on the essence, which is the meaning. What's the meaning? So the words are just symbols twice removed from reality. So don't get attached to that. Just use this. This is a course in training your mind to awaken from the dream. So that's what it's for. It's not ultimate truth. It's a mind training process. So use whatever form is useful in that mind training process to awaken you to that truth. Okay, so let's have a look at number 3. 2 major errors involved in this attempt. First, strictly speaking, conflict cannot be projected because it cannot be shared. Okay, any attempt to keep part of it and get rid of another part does not really mean anything. So maybe any attempt I make conflicted teacher is a poor teacher and a poor learner. I am a conflicted teacher. I'm a poor teacher and a poor learner. My lessons are confused and their transfer value is limited by my confusion. Second error. My second error is the idea that I can get rid of something. Do not want by giving it away. Giving it is how I keep it. Belief that by perceiving it outside, perceiving it outside me, I've excluded it from within. Do we need a second comment there? From within.
The belief that by perceiving it outside me, I've excluded it when it's, you know, you don't.
Third. It's a complete distortion of power of extension. So my belief.
Oh, hang on, the belief. Oh, okay. I don't know. Maybe I just read it wrongly the first time. It doesn't look like you need commas, but it didn't read well to me. So
It needs a comma there, I think.
Yeah.
My belief about perceiving it outside me, I have excluded from within, is a complete. It's sort of a within is a
it
sort
kind
of
of
a
does.
pause
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Complete distortion of the power of extension. That is why those who project are worried about their own safety. So how about I say, that is why when I project, I will be worried about my own safety. Because I'll be afraid that my projection will return and hurt me. Even they plotted their projections from their own minds, believing I have plotted projections from my also believe projections are trying to creep back in. My projections have not left my mind. Forced to engage in constant activity in order not to recognize this. And that accounts for so much of human activity. All the distractions, distractive devices of the ego, addictions and relationship dramas, and so much of what we do is constant activity in order not to recognize this, to try and keep ourselves safe, to keep ourselves busy, to keep ourselves away from the simple truth of the illusion, that of recognizing that that ourself, what we think of as ourself, is not true. It's not who we really are. And the entire world is this mad activity to stop us from realizing that simple truth. Okay, so do you want to read it from the top? Just make sure we're okay with that personalization, and then you can read it slowly.
Okay. There are two major errors involved in this attempt. First, strictly speaking, conflict. You could take out strictly speaking as we're summarizing, couldn't we? First,
Yeah.
Conflict cannot be projected because it cannot be shared. Any attempts I make to keep part of it and get rid of another part does not really mean anything. Is that sentence necessary?
Any attempt I make to keep part of it and get rid of another part does not really mean anything. You want to take it out?
I'm just trying to summarize it a bit, but I mean, it's fine, but it's quite a long paragraph. Okay, leave it in then, because there's no natural flow otherwise. If I'm a conflicted teacher, I'm a poor teacher and a poor learner. My lessons are confused and their transfer value is limited by my confusion. My second error is the idea that I can get rid of something I do not want by giving it away. Giving it is how I keep it. My belief that by perceiving it outside me, I have excluded it from within is a complete distortion of the power of extension. You could say a complete distortion of how extension works, because that
distortion of
something like that. Anyway, that is why when I project, it's up to you. I don't know if you have. It feels like, I don't know. It just feels slightly confusing. The power of extension is a positive thing that doesn't relate to projection. It doesn't feel quite aligned with.
That's why it's a distortion. Excluded from within is a complete distortion of the power of extension. So it's a distorted.
What was in the original? It was distortion in the original, was it?
Yeah, complete distortion of the power of extension.
Okay. Okay. If you're happy with that.
I'm happy with it.
Okay. That is why when I project, I will be worried about my own safety because I will be afraid that my projections will return and hurt me. I will be worried about my own safety, fearing that, just if you want to shorten it a bit, my projections will return and hurt me. Believing I have blotted my projections from my own mind, I also believe my projections are trying to creep back in. Since my projections have not left my mind, I am forced to engage in constant activity in order not to recognize this.
How about not to recognize instead of not to recognize, to deny this?
Well, denying is actually active, isn't it? Whereas not recognizing, if you're denying it, you're
in order not to recognize it's that they're trying to creep back in.
Yeah, in order, what's a better word than recognize?
Well, not to recognize is to deny it. To deny that they're trying to creep back in. That's what we're doing.
I prefer recognize, but I think there's a better word, because for me, deny, you can't deny something that's in your subconscious because you're not aware of it. But you, obviously you're projecting it.
Well, it's the same thing. Not to recognize is to deny. We don't want to see it, so we don't recognize it, so we deny it.
I think it's subtly different, but I don't mind. But
yeah, deny is stronger. But instead of a negative, so from a translation point of view, not to recognize. So that's a negative.
Or what about to hide this? That doesn't.
Yeah, hide could also work. To hide this, to deny this. What do you think, John? John's still there.
I am here. Yeah.
Not to recognize or to deny?
I think they're the same thing, really.
Well, that's just the negative. What we try and do is eliminate the not to recognize.
Oh, yeah, okay. In order not to recognize, in order
to deny this. It's a cleaner.
Yeah.
Hide this could also work.
Bury this.
Hide or deny.
What about bury? Bury it in the subconscious. Okay.
Of course, in order to cover
Deny
it. There's a constant activity in order to cover this. Cover this over. Another way of saying it.
Yeah. That's good.
In order to cover this.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you want to read this in the slow form.
Okay.
Record it. So just take a nice deep breath in, John. The breath to come in, let the words drop in with the breath. And repeat the words after Jackie and the gaps she leaves.
Okay. There are two major errors involved in this attempt. First, conflict cannot be projected because it cannot be shared. Any attempt I make to keep part of it and get rid of another part does not really mean anything. If I am a conflicted teacher, I am a poor teacher and a poor learner. My lessons are confused and their transfer value is limited by my confusion. My second error is the idea that I can get rid of something I do not want by giving it away. Giving it is how I keep it. My belief that by perceiving it outside me, I have excluded it from within is a complete distortion of the power of extension. That is why when I project, I will be worried about my own safety because I will fear that my projections will return and hurt me. Believing I have blotted my projections from my own mind, I also believe my projections are trying to creep back in. Since my projections have not left my mind, I am forced to engage in constant activity in order to cover this.
Okay. So moving swiftly on to number 4. We got 3 paragraphs, I think. 4 paragraphs. 4, 5, 6. They're not that long. We've got about another hour, I think. So,
I'm going to have to go now, actually. But that was a really, really good session. So
yeah, good.
See you again soon.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thanks. Bye.
See you later in the week.
Bye, Jackie.
Bye.
Bye, John.
Bye. How are you doing on time, John?
Yeah, I don't think I've got another hour actually, but let's keep going as fast as we can.
Okay. So number 4.
Maybe I can get till 5 o'clock, which is only 20 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe we'll do one more paragraph.
Okay. Okay.
Perpetuate.
You cannot perpetuate an illusion about another without perpetuating it about yourself.
Yeah.
So
Going to be the same. I think read it in the alternative.
Yeah.
Hang on. Let me just sort this out. I'm going to get just paste it in. Okay, number 2.
There is no way out of this because it is impossible to fragment the mind. To fragment is to break into pieces, and mind cannot attack or be attacked.
Okay.
Why is he saying there's no way out of this because you can't, it's impossible to fragment the mind?
Because if you see an illusion in another person, then that illusion is in your own mind.
Yes.
You cannot perpetuate an illusion about another. So you believe that whatever, you judge them as guilty, evil, they've done something. Well, that's it about yourself. You can't go, oh, well, it's just them and I'm unaffected. That's the ego. That's what the ego believes, but it's not true.
Yeah.
You judge someone else as guilty, then you must be guilty too. That's what he means.
Yeah. Well, what's that got to do with fragmenting the mind?
Well, because you've split your mind. You've gone, oh, that's over there outside of me. That person's evil, and I'm not. I can judge their evil and condemn it.
Yeah.
But I'm not affected. I'm not evil. They're the evil ones. I'm okay. So it's an attempt to fragment the mind and say, well, there's a separation. They're somehow separate from me, and I'm unaffected by my condemnation. But in truth, you can't do that because the mind is one. So if I'm believing that, then my whole mind is affected. I'm now in the ego's thought system.
Yeah.
So remember that this mechanism of projection is part of the fragmentation of the ego.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I see something as outside of me. I say it's outside of me, but it's not in me. So I've fragmented myself because that other person I'm projecting onto is now seen as separate from me. So it maintains the separation between us.
Yeah. Okay, number 3. To fragment is to break into pieces, and mind cannot attack or be attacked. The belief that it can, an error the belief in separation always makes, underlies its whole use of projection. It does not understand what mind is, and therefore does not understand what you are. Yet its existence is dependent on your mind because the belief in separation is your belief.
I think let's change mind to awareness.
Yeah. When we, in number 2, John, it is impossible to fragment the mind. Should that really be a capital M?
Oh, let's change it to fragment awareness.
And awareness cannot attack or be attacked.
Where's that? Mind.
Yeah, number 3.
Okay, and that should be capitalized.
Yeah.
True awareness and pure. Belief that it can, and error the belief it always makes, underlies the whole use of projection. Okay? So we believe we can actually attack and be attacked, which is part of the belief in separation. And that's what underlies the whole use of projection.
Yeah. It does not understand what awareness is, and therefore does not understand what you are. Yet, its existence is dependent on your mind, on your awareness. Because the belief in separation is your belief. Belief in separation is a confusion in identification. Never having had an identity, yes. Never having had a consistent model, it never developed consistently. It is the product of the misapplication of the laws of pure formless awareness of perfect love by distorted minds that are misusing their power.
Having had a consistent model. Never developed consistently. So consistent is a better word than model.
Yeah.
How about a consistent
Identity. Yeah. 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 Go with that.
product of the misapplication of the laws of perfect love by distorted minds that are misusing their power? I'll keep it as minds then, because awareness doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
Distorted minds that are misusing their power. So it's just a distortion. It's an error. There's no model. There's no, what he's trying to say here is there's no blueprint.
Yeah.
Having had a consistent blueprint instead of model. Blueprint.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you like that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I think, and it's quite modern, but we understand in common language what a blueprint means.
Yeah.
It's just random misapplication of the laws that's produced this. crazy thought system. So it's an aberration, it's an error, which is why it doesn't make sense. Which is why it doesn't matter how much you try and make sense of it, it doesn't make sense. Okay, so what is he saying here in paragraph 4?
So it's saying that it's impossible to project onto another without hurting oneself. And indeed, it's impossible to fragment. And the ego doesn't understand what the mind really is.
Oh.
Because it is
Which is so true. I mean, look at how modern scientists struggle with the idea of consciousness. They can't really get to grips with it. They try and explain it in some kind of physical terms. Oh, it's a product of brain function. They don't really understand it because their egos won't allow them to understand it. Because if they truly understood it, then the entire construct, the scientific materialist paradigm based on egoic thinking, would have to be deconstructed. So it is undone by an understanding of what mind is. So then they have to deny what it is and try and explain it in physical terms, which is bizarre. It's like, well, mind is source, mind is primary, and they try and explain it as a product now of the brain and the body. It's just, I mean, he says this is so insane. It's like you believed you could hold a match, and that is as powerful as the sun. So it's just such an insane belief that the body could somehow create the mind, totally upside down. But yet that is the dominant paradigm in this world. So no wonder it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else is he saying here?
He's also saying that the ego is never going to make sense because it doesn't understand anything in its completeness.
How about we say, well, it's never having developed a consistent blueprint for its identity. How about that?
Yeah.
Never developed consistently. This is why it's so random and confused and chaotic. Whereas the consistent blueprint for identity is the one self, the Christ. That's the only thing that will give you the consistency of thought, which the ego lacks. So it's the product of the misapplication of the laws of perfect love by distorted minds that are misusing their power. And that's all it is. It's just a distortion. It's an error. It's false. It has no consistent blueprint or identity of its own. It's chaotic, confused misapplication, really. That's all the ego is of the truth, laws of truth. Okay, so let's personalize this.
I cannot perpetuate an illusion about another without perpetuating it about myself. There is no way out of this because it is impossible to fragment awareness. My awareness?
Yeah.
To fragment is to break into pieces, and pure formless awareness cannot attack or be attacked. And yeah, the belief that it can, an error the belief in separation always makes, underlies its whole use of projection. It does not understand what awareness is, and therefore does not understand what I am. Yet its existence is dependent on my awareness. Because the belief in separation is my belief. The belief in separation is a confusion in identity. Never having had a consistent blueprint for its identity, it never developed consistently. Oh, my belief in separation, yes. It is the product of the misapplication of the laws of perfect love by distorted minds that are misusing their power.
Yeah, you want to read that from the top?
I cannot perpetuate an illusion about another without perpetuating it about myself. There is no way out of this because it is impossible to fragment my awareness. To fragment is to break into pieces, and pure formless awareness cannot attack or be attacked. The belief that it can, an error my belief in separation always makes, underlies its whole use of projection. It does not understand what awareness is, and therefore does not understand what I am. Yet its existence is dependent on my awareness because the belief in separation is my belief. My belief in separation is a confusion in identity. Never having had a consistent blueprint for its identity, it never developed consistently. It is the product of the misapplication of the laws of perfect love by my distorted mind that is misusing its power.
Okay, happy with that? Okay, so let's read that. Welcome back, Elaine. So just take a nice deep breath in, close your eyes, allow these words to come in with the breath and go into a deeper part of your mind to affirm these truths. Then just state the words, say the words after John and the gaps that he leaves. So take it away, John.
I cannot perpetuate an illusion about another without perpetuating it about myself. There is no way out of this because it is impossible to fragment my awareness. To fragment is to break into pieces. And pure formless awareness cannot attack or be attacked. The belief that it can, an error my belief in separation always makes, underlies its whole use of projection. It does not understand what awareness is, and therefore does not understand what I am. yet its existence is dependent on my awareness. Because the belief in separation is my belief. My belief in separation is a confusion in identity. Never having had a consistent blueprint for its identity, it never developed consistently. It is the product of the misapplication of the laws of perfect love by my distorted mind that is misusing its power.
There it is. Okay, so it's number 4 done, but it's 5 o'clock, John. So do you have to go now?
Yeah. If Elaine's happy to carry on, I can listen in the background for a while. Actually, might have to go.
Yeah,
Okay, Elaine.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just, I do apologize. I just keep having to get back to the tax office. So occasionally I do.
Is that still going
Yeah.
on? Well,
It is, yes, I'm afraid so.
okay.
But
The
I'm keeping
marathon
calm.
call. Okay.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
there in the
Keep
background.
calm and carry on.
Of course, of course. Yeah.
Okay. So if you want to read number 5 for us.
Okay. Both of them or the just the alternative?
Let's just get the alternative. It's just the ego, really, that's going to be translated to belief in separation. So there's the Holy Spirit as well.
Both.
Yeah, just tell you what, to speed things up, do read the alternative, but then just say the ego or belief in separation.
Okay. Do not be afraid of the belief in separation, ego.
Or the ego. Yeah.
Or the ego. It depends on your mind. And as you made it by believing in it, so you can dispel it by withdrawing belief from it. Do not project the responsibility for your belief in it onto anyone else, or you will preserve the belief. Continue, yeah. You don't need to dissect that.
Yeah, what he's saying, just don't project. Say, I'm upset, I'm angry, I'm in a bad state because of someone else.
Because of the tax office, yeah.
Because of the tax office, or the government, or your husband, or whoever. Or you preserve the belief. Because you're believing in it. That's the problem. The problem is your belief in it, it's not outside of you.
Yeah. So regardless of their behavior and misinformation, it's still my belief. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's your belief in separation that's behind the whole projection perception mechanism.
Right. So that's interesting. So I'm actually, in some way or another, making this tax situation more difficult through my projection. Because I'm
it's a projection. Now, you can't really do very much about the tax situation because that's a quite fixed projection. You'd have to change the whole world and eliminate income tax and eliminate HMRC. That's not going to happen. But what you can do is you can change your perception of it. And that's where Yeshua is focusing our attention.
Okay.
It will change your perception of it because you can choose to get upset by it or not.
Yes. So you can just wait on the phone for hours.
You can, as he said, I'll remind you of his advice, because people said, well, so what should we do about tax? Because in those days they had tax as well. The Romans were heavily taxing the population. So unfair taxes. And they said, well, what do you say? And he gave a very wise answer. He says, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and give unto God what is God's.
Of course, yeah, no, fair's fair. No, I do believe that. I think it's just the finding information out. It seems that, all I want is a P60, but for some reason it's taking hours on the phone, and then whoever you speak to don't seem to know what form you need to fill in. So it's getting the information, I think, is the tricky one.
Well,
So
it's just part of a confused thought system. So what you're encountering then is the ego's thought system, and there's a lesson in that. You can let it go and not be triggered.
Yes.
So when you say, well, the tax office has really ruined my day, and I'm so upset, then you give away your own power. You say, well, it's not in my control. But actually, the truth is, how you perceive it is entirely up to you.
Yeah. I think
Willing
basically
to
you
accept
just
sole
have
responsibility. So,
Yeah,
okay,
I
I
know.
projected this. I'm now perceiving it. But it's insane. I'm projecting it as outside of my mind. I'm now perceiving it as something outside of me. And I'm giving it the power to enslave me. Well, this is all insane. But when I recognized how it's, what's really happening, I can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
So now I don't do that. And I recognize that if I'm upset, it's because I've chosen to be upset. Because my belief in separation is telling me to get upset, but that's a choice.
Yeah. I mean,
And
I know that you just have to be patient. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can do it with humor, you can do it with patience, you can make light of it. You can do it, but not get upset. Or you can do it and get very upset.
Yeah.
Some people would be very upset.
Yes.
Can't believe this.
Yeah.
It's a bloody nightmare. These
Stuck
tax
on it for-
people, I'm stuck on there for hours and they can't tell me the right, and on it goes. And then they want to complain to someone, don't they?
I know.
Then they'll tell the story
Yeah,
for the next
yeah,
few
yeah.
weeks. Oh, you won't believe what happened with the tax office. And then they go about the whole story.
Yeah.
Because it perpetuates the separate self, perpetuates the separate self's existence and its thoughts and its emotions, and it makes that all real.
Yeah. No, I do get you. Yes.
So once you recognize all of that, you just can't play the game.
Patience.
Let go of all anger and all attack, because they come from an attempt to project responsibility for your own errors.
Yeah.
Having accepted the errors as yours, do not keep them.
Yeah. It's a case of, it is in this instance, patience. That's it, really. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So where was I? Is that number 4?
Yeah. Give them over quickly.
Yeah, when you are willing to accept sole responsibility for the belief in separation's existence, you will have let go of all anger and all attack, because they come from an attempt to project responsibility for your own errors.
Okay, so they are projection of your error outwards.
Yeah.
Project responsibility for your own errors. So you're responsible, I'm not responsible. And that, of course, keeps you in the error. You can't change it then. Someone else is responsible. How can you change it? But having accepted the errors as yours, so then it gives you the next step.
Right. But having accepted the errors as yours, do not keep them. Give them over quickly to the holy remembrance of perfect love, to be undone completely, so that all their efforts will vanish from your mind and from the sonship as a whole.
And the sonship is the
Extension. as a whole.
Okay, so what's he saying here? Summary.
Well, I'm an example, really. I need my projection is my error, not what's outside there. And it's only, you know, the remembrance of perfect love can undo it completely. And all of the effects will vanish from my awareness. So it's all to do with my projection, and I need to take full responsibility for my belief in it. Otherwise, I'm just preserving it. I have to take full sole responsibility for whatever is happening out in that external world. So I have to let go.
Yeah. And then key thing, give them over quickly. So you must take the responsibility, but that doesn't imply guilt. Having accepted the errors as yours, okay, it's just a mistake, but I can let it go. I don't have to hold on to the error.
Yeah.
Once I've accepted it, it's just an error and it's my error, I can stop making the error. Do you see that? It's so logical. I can choose to stop it. But if I think it's outside of me and it's somewhere outside and I can't do anything about it, then it maintains. I can't change it. So that makes me a victim. So once you've accepted the error as yours, this is what the ego fears. Oh no, you don't want to do that because you don't want to be guilty. You want to project your guilt onto someone else. But if you recognize it, there's just an error. Okay, it's just a mistake. It's not really a big deal. I made a mistake, but okay, I can let it go. Then there's no problem. Yeah, I can just let it go.
It's actually very relevant for my day. Yeah, very relevant.
I can just give it quickly over to the remembrance of perfect love, which remembers that nothing except love is real. So these errors don't mean anything. They're just silly errors. So there's no sin and guilt. You see how sin and guilt play into the ego. Because if there's guilt, then it's permanent. I'm sinful, I'm guilty, it's permanent. I can't just give the error over, man, because then it's a permanent error. And I'm eternally guilty. But if it's an error rather than just a mistake rather than a sin, then no problem. Okay, I made a mistake, not such a big deal. I can let that go.
Yeah.
And I'm free of it. I'm not perpetually damned because of the error, because the error is gone now.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, it makes so much sense. It's so simple, and yet
it is. It's the practice.
Humanity we got stuck in the error. We got stuck in the belief that the error is permanent and real, and that the sin and the guilt that come from it are real. And then we can't change it as long as we believe it's permanent. And then we must project. If this is so terrible, I can't face it. Then I must project it onto someone else. They must be the guilty ones. And they must be eternally damned by God, and they will be punished, you see, because it's so terrible. But if it's just like a silly error, and there is no punishment, God doesn't do that, well, then that's fine. I'm free of it. I just accept it briefly. I made an error, made a mistake. Okay. In life, this is how it works. If someone's trying to condemn you, and you say, yeah, okay, all right, I accept. I made a mistake. What can they do?
Right.
Isn't too much. You can carry on trying to crucify me for the mistake, or you're pushing an open door. I made a mistake. Okay, well, so I made a mistake, and I won't do it again. I'll correct it.
Yeah.
Rather than all of the projection. Oh no, I'm not responsible. You're responsible. Someone else is guilty. All of that just keeps it going, keeps the game going. Whereas, okay, I made a mistake, but I don't have to keep making it. I'm sorry. That Ho'oponopono, that's why it's so powerful. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Please forgive me. Asking for forgiveness from yourself, really. Thank you. It's done. The error's gone. And I love you. Restoring your mind to the truth. So simple. And yet so powerful. Okay, but having accepted the errors as yours, do not keep them, give them over quickly to the remembrance. perfect
Yeah.
love to be undone completely, so that all the effects will vanish from your
Oh, sorry,
awareness,
just
from the extension of.
Sorry, two
Have you got to?
seconds there.
Have you got to go?
No, no, no. It's just my husband wants to ask a question. Sorry, 2 moments.
All right. All right. So let's. And the summary of that. Let's personalize it.
All right. Sorry, yes, where were we?
We're just personalizing this.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not afraid.
right. I'm not afraid of the belief in separation. It depends on my mind. And as I made it by believing in it. So I can dispel it by withdrawing my belief from it. Do not project the responsibility for my
when it comes through, you will have to.
right. When I am willing to accept sole responsibility for the belief in separation's existence, I will let go of all anger and all attack, because they come from an attempt to project responsibility for my own errors. But having accepted the errors as mine, do not keep them. I do not keep them yet. Give them over quickly to the remembrance of perfect love, to be undone completely, so that all their efforts will vanish from your awareness and from the extension as a whole.
So when I do this, I take the responsibility. I become the one who is undoing all of this in my own mind and in the extension as a whole, because my mind is part of the extension. So I'm canceling out the errors in myself and in the extension as a whole at the same time. Which is why as you change yourself, so you change the world.
Yeah.
Because the world is the projection of the extension, and I'm part of the extension. Okay, so I'm not afraid of my belief in separation.
I'm not afraid of my belief in separation. It depends on my mind, and as I made it by believing in it, so I can dispel it by withdrawing my belief from it. I do not project the responsibility for my belief in it onto anyone else, or I will preserve the belief. When I am willing to accept sole responsibility for my belief in separation's existence, I will have let go of all anger and all attack, because they come from an attempt to project responsibility for my own errors. but having accepted the errors as mine, I do not keep them. I give them over quickly to remembrance of perfect love, to be undone completely, so that all their effects will vanish from my awareness and from the extension as a whole.
Okay. So happy with that.
Yeah.
You just skipped out the there. So make sure you read
Oh,
that.
did I? Yeah. Oh,
Quickly
yeah.
to
Right.
the remembrance of perfect love to be undone completely.
So I missed the out, did I? Yeah. Yeah. Right.
So maybe just say that I give them over quickly to the remembrance of perfect love.
I give them over quickly to the remembrance of perfect love, to be undone completely, so that all their effects will vanish from my awareness and from the extension as a whole.
Oh, okay. So happy with that. You can read it slowly.
Yes.
Okay. So John, if you're listening, just nice deep breath in and out. These words come in and repeat them after Elaine in the gaps she leaves.
I am not afraid of my belief in separation. It depends on my mind. And as I made it by believing in it, so I can dispel it by withdrawing my belief from it. I do not project the responsibility for my belief in it onto anyone else, or I will preserve the belief. When I am willing to accept sole responsibility for my belief in separation's existence, I will have let go of all anger and all attack, because they come from an attempt to project responsibility for my own errors. But having accepted the errors as mine, I do not keep them. I give them over quickly to the remembrance of perfect love, to be undone completely, so that all their effects will vanish from my awareness and from the extension as a whole.
Okay, 2 short paragraphs. Maybe we can finish this. Let's see. All right, so only honor is a fitting gift. What's happening? Right. I'm just Uh, I'm going to have time. I think we might need to just call it here, Elaine, because I've got something at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
I think we're going to have
Right.
a chance
Yeah, that's
to do the
fine.
2 paragraphs. So,
Right.
thank you. I'll finish
thank
this later and I'll send it out. As a document,
Great.
there's also a meditation to do on it, so I'll send that out.
Right.
So you can
That's
practice
helpful, yeah.
that, read it later, and see you tomorrow. I hope 12:30.
Yep. See you tomorrow. Yep. Namaste.
Okay. All right. Thank you, John.
Okay.
Yeah,
Bye.
thanks, Jono. Thanks, Elaine.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye, John.
Cheers,
Bye.
Elaine.